All right.
Okay.
So
Hi, everyone. This is Grayson. I'm here with Forrest, the owner of Florivivor. Forrest, how are you doing?
I am good. I'm good.
18 seasons, Forrest. Can you believe that?
I know it's crazy. 18 seasons. And this is going to be our second returnee season, so I'm excited.
Yeah, for real. You come away with this. It's like you really built. All right.
Yeah, it took, uh,
So before we get into our season rankings, this is kind of like a bit of a special for all you spectators to listen to, like the Gear Up 18. But before we get into like the rankings, I kind of wanted to ask you a few questions, Forrest. That's okay.
all right, that's fine.
Alrighty. So you really built like a big org community here. It kind of came about starting in 2021 when you started the org, and really kind of built it slowly over time. And I have to ask, like, what really got you to want to like actually start Florivivor? Like, I know you had been in the org community for a long time. You played a lot of games. What was it that really drew you to wanting to try it out for yourself?
So I started hosting this org called Being Survivor. We had a 100 player season. That was my actual first time ever hosting a season. And I was thinking like later on, like August, like around August of 2021. And I was like, what if I made my own? And then I got a group of people. I had my ex-girlfriend. We had a graphic designer and a couple other people. And it was originally called Emmy Survivor, but for reasons we'll get into later, we rebranded to Florivivor. And it's gotten bigger over the years.
Yeah, that's definitely it's a journey for you for sure. Like, changing, rebranding the org over time, and also like different people have kind of come and gone for production over time as well. So I can't imagine like how much that took to actually like adapt to all these changes over time. You've done it really well, so that's awesome.
Yeah,
Um, what actually made you want to settle on a Survivor specifically, like in the org community games as well?
that's
There's
the,
Amazing Race,
okay,
Challenge.
so I only have experience with prior to Florivivor with hosting Survivor. I mean, I played a Big Brother once, but my expertise is mostly Survivor, so I just decided to go with what I know.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Survivor's definitely like one of the popular ones to do. So, I mean, it's definitely what drew me into it because like I'm definitely like more of a Survivor person myself. So, um, but I think yeah, that's really cool that you've kind of stuck with the same formula. It really has worked so well because we've got lots of people that have played since season one. So
Yep, it's been crazy.
yeah. For anyone that's like maybe thinking about starting up their own org, what kind of advice would you give now being like a very seasoned veteran as far as like hosting and like creating it and dedicating time to it? Like, what kind of advice would you give to those people?
I would say like get a good production team, get people that you could like the most surprising people are the people that have never been on production before. Those people can really blossom. Try and get a mix of people that have experience and people that don't have experience, because people who don't have experience probably have played about a million orgs and know what to do and just can bring it based on their experiences playing. Like, I was brought on production for Bing's only having experience as an exit interview person. And Bing took a chance on me not knowing me. So, and then I blossomed while hosting his org. So that
Yeah,
many years
being that
ago. So I think,
continue.
and I would just say, and then I would just say get some challenges, like get a mix of different challenges. Like it can't, not always the same org format challenges, but try and create some out of your, like creative challenges work well. not per se creative challenges where you have to make something, but like challenges that haven't really been seen in other orgs before.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting, like, because you bring up, like, people have experience, like, necessarily hosting or being on the production side of things, but, if they've done other orgs, kind of take whatever experiences they got from those games and, like, they really kind of bring them in and bring fresh ideas in. So I think, we both definitely expect that with, like, some of our newer production, which has been great because I think, if you're sticking with the same people, sometimes it can become a bit repetitive, when in terms of, like, the orgs you're making, but, really helpful to, like, get fresh ideas that way.
Yeah, so it's like the most surprising people would definitely be the ones that haven't been on production before. Because when you became production, you weren't on production before, right, Grayson?
No, I wasn't. Yeah, you definitely taught me the ropes of a lot of things, for sure.
Yeah, so with you, with other people, like the newer production members that we had for season 16, we had people with experience and people without experience. And I think it turned out so well, like with BC and his journeys and Pearl and her graphics. So that's always
Definitely don't
nice.
know what, yeah, you never know what other people bring, like we all have our own skill sets and it kind of really worked really beautifully. So it's definitely very
Yeah, it
nice to
was
have,
nice.
a team like
Yeah.
that. And then before we get into the rankings, I just want to ask, like, what has this kind of meant for you? Like, to, just have built this community that's, like, around you and, like, around all these seasons that you've been, like, making and sticking with. Like, what has that been for you, like, personally?
Okay, so the early seasons were when I was at my worst mentally. Like, I was mentally unstable and I just felt really bad about myself and like how as we were growing, I'm like, why are people joining? And it's in over my mental growth, things have gone so much better. Like, and I feel like it's really good that we've grown so much compared to like season 4, season 5, season 6, where I was going in and out of the hospital and I was not in the right mind to host really well, but people have joined anyways. People love our silly chaos, and it's so nice to see that.
Yeah, I really love that. Like, I know it's been, like, very touch and go sometimes throughout the series, but, you really kept with it and, like, you built something amazing. And so I think you should be really proud of yourself for everything you've done here. Because I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I know a lot of other people do.
yeah, it's nice. I mean, I try like because I just got stable enough to get a job this year,
That's awesome.
and so it's nice to know that I'm doing a lot better now than I was almost a year ago during the hurricanes and all that.
Yeah, Florivivor, definitely not a place you want to visit, maybe, but living wise, it can be. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you so much for talking about that. I know, it's been quite the journey. So, rankings?
Yep.
Okie dokie. So Forrest and I think we agreed we were gonna go through these, like, chronologically, just through the seasons, like, talking generally about, like, the history of the org, how each season, what stuck out to us, or to us specifically Forrest, because she's been through every single one, what the seasons were like generally, how she felt about them, and, just going with her personal rankings. And I know a lot of people have been wanting to hear these for a while, like an updated ranking, so let's get into it, should we?
Right, so we're gonna start with season 1. It was crazy back then. I was
Yes.
crazy. Just starting orgs was crazy. Like, I didn't know what I was doing, really. I was a new host in season 1. The only experience I had was being Survivor, but we had some good people. Like, we had Brett, who has since returned. We had Joey, who returned in season 4 as Deadpool. We didn't know that at first, but we found that out later. We had some, and then like, who else?
Yeah, it's
Parker,
not. Parker
Alice,
was a big one.
Alice, Cosmo, who returned after getting idled out in the first
Oh my.
tribal.
Yeah, let's talk about that since it was at the beginning. So you divide these tribes, and I know like the beginning season wasn't so great. Like you first started like with a walk with Nate, and then Giselle was doing some not so great things, and you had to boot her for that.
Yeah,
Um,
it was
but
not
I think
okay. It was a rough start.
really rough start to the org, but and I'm sure like a first season for a brand new org, it's hard to get just great applicants for like to start off with initially, but once those first few people left and like those issues like kind of subsided, it kind of really built up into like this big moment at that first tribal where Garrett he was building a relationship with no, it was building a
Jordan P,
relationship with Jordan P, yes, and
the
he had
person
just
that
found.
everybody wanted. He had been able to get enough points to get an idol.
Yeah, because
And
you had
so,
like. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I went a bit overboard with the Florida coins, and I want to make sure that if we ever bring those back, that we do it in a logical manner. Only give like one per winning a challenge or something like that. Make it hard to
Yeah, you
get stuff,
definitely were
but
experimenting with a lot. Yeah, so it was
and
probably
so we
tough
and so
to
yes.
put initially.
Yeah, and so Garrett was allies with Jordan P, who the rest of the tribe didn't really care for. And it was bound to be an unanimous vote on Jordan P. But then Garrett had an idea. Why don't I anonymously idle someone out? And that someone ended up being Cosmo. I'm assuming, as far as I remember, because he was a big threat, and
Yeah, that like
that's
he
what
was a big
happened.
social threat.
Cosmo got idled
Yeah,
out. Yeah, big social threat. So he got idled out, and nobody knew who did it. People thought, I think people thought Pig did it until Final Tribal Council, where Garrett admitted he did it.
oh, he really admitted it? Did he receive any blowback for that
Yeah,
at any point?
no, he didn't admit it until Final Tribal Council when he said it in his speech.
Oh, that was really. Oh, oh boy, not making the connection, butting out.
They included Garrett in alliances with them. The people who voted Jordan P included Garrett in alliances with them, and they didn't even know that he was the one who did it until Final Tribal Council.
Yeah, that's insane, but like great on Garrett for having been able to do that. Like that's pretty awesome that he was able to like get away with doing something that big, like right off the bat.
Yeah, and it was just crazy how nobody knew until the end. They just assumed
Hmm.
Pig or whoever else was left out of that alliance did it.
Yeah. How did, so take me like forward through this season. Like, how did the game start kind of shaping out after like that rough start and then this big like blow up move with the anonymous idol and Cosmo going?
Okay, so I think Toronto started winning more challenges, and they were upset about it because they wanted to throw to vote Slug out because they didn't like Slug.
Hmm.
And eventually they did that come swap. They threw a challenge. I forgot what challenge it was, but they threw it and lost, and Slug went home. Then after Slug went home, Windsor started losing again. Then I think it was KD9 that got voted out next, or Jordan P. It was either one of those two, and then the other got voted out after. If we did Worst Tribe in season 1, it would more than likely go to Windsor.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely seemed like there was because like you guys had these like initial tribes, and then once you swapped, it seemed like there was like a pretty like there was one tribe that was just winning a lot, and then the other one was not so much. So definitely a very simple start.
Yep, and then merge happened. Pig got idled out by Brett, and then Jane walked, and then I forgot when we did entanglement, but this was my worst decision hosting. Was when I let Stacy back in after after a friend did the challenge for them.
Yeah, that was definitely
was
interesting choice.
That was a bad hosting mistake on my part, and I would say the worst. But that was because Stacy was getting at me, threatening people, talking bad about my org and her server, and it was just like, what do we do? And then we just brought her back. It was a new org, so we made questionable hosting decisions back then.
Yeah, I think.
And eventually.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I was very much an open book back then, not as much now. Some stuff I keep close to my chest, but everything that was going on with me, I would like blurt out, and it's questionable at best, but when you're not as stable, you can't really make competent decisions.
Well, yeah, and it was your first season, like you were learning the ropes of like how to run your own org by yourself pretty much. And you did the best you could.
We had Taka that kept punishing. It was so funny.
Yeah, Taka was quite the character.
It was so funny. Like, we were just like bashing each other playfully because like I was how do I say this? So something I was dealing with that I don't deal with now because of a medication that I'm on. It's like something personal that it happens every so often.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to explain it without feeling embarrassed, because how do you explain periods on a freaking thing where it's going to all spectators?
And there's some minors, yeah. It's not.
And there's
easy.
some minors, but I mean, minors get them. I got mine when I was 10. But enough about that.
Yeah.
Enough about. Let's just go back to okay, so the entanglement challenge.
Yeah, like you mentioned Stacy and all of that, like
Stacy and like bringing her back, which was a questionable decision on my end, but I have to own it. It was my first time hosting an org.
Yeah, you did the best you could with what you made the best. I think something that people who start production that they don't necessarily realize is there's lots of decision making that goes into like literally anything that we do. And, when something like that happens, like, there's no necessarily right way to handle something. Like, if you do this, it could go bad this way, or if you do the opposite, it could go bad a different way. And so.
Yeah, when you're new, you can't really make decisions right away on the fly as I can do now that I'm more experienced. And then we got Jess, who quit after the live challenge because she didn't like how the challenge was, and she didn't like that Stacy got brought back. So she walked and didn't go to jury because she refused jury. And then we ended up with a final free challenge. Stacy gave up, and it ended up being Garrett and Parker at the end. It was so funny, some of the words they were saying. It was weird things. I need to bring that challenge back. That was so funny.
Oh my god, yeah, I heard about the torture that challenge, and we'll get into that, but I kind of want to go slightly back and talk about a few things, like, leading up to these endgame things, like, I know Garrett, there was a sacrifices challenge around that.
And Garrett took all of them.
Yeah, Garrett literally could not speak for several rounds or something, right?
I'm just like, why would you do that? But it worked out in his favor. He won.
Yeah, like Garrett was going through a lot, like, like with his inactivity and stuff in his personal life,
Yeah,
but
and so he felt like it was best to do it. But yeah, it worked out for him because he won. So
yeah,
and
like it
so
made him
Garrett
like
took all the sacrifice.
yeah, he was like
Let
no
me look
threat
at
pretty
the
much.
placements to see where I think that was final. I think that was final 9 when the sacrifice challenge was in season 1. Let me check let me check the placements. I'm going to placements real quick. I
Yeah, it's a
don't
good thing
have
I
my
made all these
computer.
things.
Yeah, you definitely prepared. Okay, so that was when Jay was booted. So it was just
Yeah.
really like a Richmond. So at this time, it was a Richmond Hill pagonging. People were trying to pagong Richmond Hill, which ended up working because Garrett was the last remaining from that tribe.
Yeah, him and Apotheosis seem to be, or Alice, they seem to be like
Yeah,
the last two that had like really
they were the
ingratiated
last
themselves
two,
with
and
the others
we got to
together.
talk about the rock out. We got to talk about the rock out. That was funny.
Yeah, well, okay, so at the final 6 before the rock out, there was like this whole thing with like, Jordan B, uh, and Alice were in a 3. And then there was Jess and Stacy who were like a duo that were trying to get
Yeah,
Parker on their, or Garrett on their side. And Garrett was also
right.
being fed a fake plan by the trio that they wanted to bring him in when really they were actually going to target him and get him out. And
Yeah,
Stacy and Jess knew better and brought him in to do a tie of some kind.
yeah, and then Jordan B got out. So it kind
Yeah,
of
and
worked
then
out because Garrett had Jess and Stacy in his corner.
yeah, that was really cool. Especially because like the very next round, like Alice and Parker like are basically groveling to Garrett, who they just tried to get out, to
Yeah,
save them.
and they end up going to Rocks where Alice was rocked out. Robbed icon. I wish she
Yeah,
would have done better in season 11 because she had so much potential, but you can't really predict what happened.
yeah, I definitely got that. Like it sucked. Like we'll get to a season 11 later, but like it sucked that
Yeah,
they were they fell out activity wise, and weren't able like that redemption that I think they needed. So,
yeah,
um, but yeah, like everyone whipped out idols or something. Is that basically what happened?
yeah. It was like idols and half idols, and and basically everyone went to Rock except the person that was immune, which I believe was Jess at the time.
Like they basically all just canceled each other out, and you went to rocks. Is
Yeah,
what happened. Got
yeah,
it.
and everybody but Jess, and then Alice got rocked out.
Yep. And then Jess quits for some reason, like why at the final 4 girl, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know. And then Garrett and Parker was in round 3, which was word things, and that was funny to watch.
Yeah, like I think it was like some kind of endurance challenge you guys were doing. And
Yeah.
Garrett talks about this in his final speech, but like Parker basically left to bake muffins. Um,
Yeah, so he got all the points.
yeah, and Garrett won final immunity. And so,
Yeah, and sent
yeah.
Parker out.
I hope those muffins were worth it, Parker.
I thought those muffins were worth it. That you just wasted your chance at final immunity.
Mhm. And then he,
We love you, Parker.
yeah, Parker was a good player. It seemed like he really was, doing good work, up to that point. But
Yeah.
Garrett like knew better, and so he took him out.
Yeah.
And
And
then Garrett
so,
gives
final,
this amazing final tribal speech. Like, do you want to talk
the
about that?
so if we could compare, if you asked me and Garrett what player of the new era he would compare himself to, we would both say Erica because from
41.
season 41, yeah. And because she was not really seen as this big threat until it got too late, and that's exactly how Garrett's game was. Nobody knew that he played the idol and got Cosmo out. Everyone thought that because he was inactive and all that, that he wasn't going to do well, and he just proved people wrong.
Yeah, he really did. And I mean, granted, he was up against Stacy, who I'm sure no one
He was up
was
against
loving at that point.
Stacy. Only one person voted Stacy, and that was Jay.
Yeah,
Everyone else voted Garrett, so it was a really good speech that he had, and I'm glad that he decided to give our new org a chance to do a last org before retirement, so happy retirement, Garrett.
yeah, he's in the history books as our first winner, so that's something to hang
Yep,
his hat on.
that's something to hang his hat on. Yeah, he was the first winner, so he's definitely made a mark before retiring, so good job, Garrett.
Yeah, and he's still in our server today, which is nice to
He's
just have
still in
him
our
around.
server today, yeah, so it's just nice. Alright, season 2.
Yep, moving on to season 2, Malta.
Oh
Now,
boy, this was a
so you
mess.
you did this thing because you're Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Maltese.
I am Maltese, yes.
Okay, so yeah, this definitely hit
So
home
I
for
thought
you
it
in a
would
lot
be
of ways.
funny. I thought it'd be nice to and so the starting tribes were named after the 4th season in Maltese.
Hmm.
I forgot the
Yeah, and
names, but spring, summer, fall, and winter.
yeah, and this was kind of like the start, jumping from like season 1 to 2. You see like changes that you kind of do like season to season, like not doing the same thing in terms of like you had 2 tribes in season 1, and now this season you're starting with 4 tribes. So that was definitely interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we had Lily on standby, who was in exile.
Oh yeah,
And
poor Lily.
whoever was first, whoever was third place got Lily. And I think that was the Summer tribe, I think, was the one that got third. Yeah, it was Summer that got third.
Hmm.
So they got Lily. So
Yeah.
Vice got out and he replaced, no wait, it was no, Lily was on fall. Cause I'm looking at the placements, Vice was 21st and H-Bomb was 20th, so, Lily
Mhm.
replaced H-Bomb.
Yeah,
And
that
then
was
Reese got out.
oh, poor Reese. The start of his
Poor Reese. The start of his downfall. I feel so bad for Reese.
yeah, we'll talk about Reese plenty, like, because he's probably played more
Yeah,
than anyone in Florivivor.
him and
So,
Rowan both. Him, Rowan, and Lime.
yeah, I think those 3 were going to be the ones that, you'd see a lot of.
Yeah. So we ended up swapping. I forgot the names of the tribe, but they were like 2 Maltese cities.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the tribes, the red tribe, I think it's Valletta. I think that was the tribe name, but they kept winning all except one. And I think that was individual immunity. So
Mm-hmm.
Big Dog got voted. So Rob got voted out probably because he was inactive. I don't remember exactly. But Big Dog got out because he was definitely out there. And we had I think it was Derek, Ducky, and a couple other people made this thing called the Cult of Big Dog.
Oh my god, yeah, I've heard so much about this from you, but like, apparently this is like a big meme that season, that alliance.
It was it was very notable, the Cult of Big Dog, and I think most, if not all, the members made merge.
Mm-hmm.
So it was definitely noticeable.
Yeah,
And
Big Dog went out in a big way here. Like, maybe not the best like
yeah,
game wise, but a big character for sure.
big character for sure, yeah.
And the cult of Big Dog
Um,
definitely persisted throughout the season at that point.
yeah, I mean, the merge tribe was literally named Big Dog.
Yeah, that's
Um,
a choice for the merge name, but I kind of love it.
and then we swapped again, and the Teal tribe was the one that lost 2 times. So Owen got voted out. Either inactivity or a threat, one of the two, and then Ruby Red walked.
Yeah, that was definitely sad to see.
Yeah,
And also like Lily walked, Warrant
Lily
was
walked.
ejected
Ruby
maybe?
Red. No, yeah, Warren got pulled because he was inactive.
Oh, okay.
He was not
Yeah.
responding to anybody, so we just pulled him from the game.
Yeah, that was, early days of the org again, but it'll happen.
Yeah. And so we get to merge.
How was this
And then
merge? I
Rowan
have
got
to,
out.
yeah, poor Rowan. He's been a merge boot quite a few times, unfortunately.
He's gotten merge boot twice. And then the other time he was fifth. So fifth in
Hmm.
season 4 and merge boot in season 5 and season 2.
Hmm.
And then we got
Yeah.
Lime, which really Lime was no fault of her own. Just was unlucky.
Yeah, it looks like there was like sacrifices or, a lot of people lost their votes that round, so that
Yeah.
wasn't,
And then,
ideal.
Arrow people were just not connected to him, I guess.
Hmm.
Then Rev got voted out. He left the server, then came back.
And then got voted out for it, I imagine.
Yeah, he ended up in jury, so he left in jury and then came back, so.
Yeah. And what are the alliances looking like around this time? Like, I know, Eric and Blaze were definitely a big duo, at the time. Or,
At
I guess.
first before Ducky and Derek got into it, there was, I think, a trio with Derek, Ducky, and Blaze,
Hmm.
but that ended up going to down the gutter once Derek and Ducky got into an argument.
Yeah, Ducky, a
Cube,
big personality, so it makes sense.
yeah, so Cube was out, I guess, cause less connections. And then let's get to Blaze's vote. We love
Yeah,
Blaze. But Blaze,
Blaze had an idol, correct, at this time?
no, Derek had an idol. And he
Oh,
used it
okay.
on Blaze because basically Darwin knew that Derek and Blaze were a duo and he had an idol nullifier.
Yeah, Darwin's big
So
move here.
Derek was
Yeah.
immune. Derek was immune. So he used an idol nullifier on Blaze and obviously Derek I tried to idol Blaze and because of the idol nullifier, every vote for Blaze counted and Blaze was voted out. Basically being due to association with Derek and trying to weaken him.
Yeah. This big move by Darwin, I would also say Ducky as well, was, cause like
Yeah.
Ducky and Derek had that big blow up, like you said, and so it kind of made sense that Ducky naturally moved over towards like Darwin and Denny and all of them.
Yeah.
And then the
And then
following round, yeah,
Lightning struck out.
lightning struck out.
Lightning struck. That's funny. And then,
Yeah, and then,
Denny was the fire making showdown.
yeah, cause Derek
Cause
was the big
Derek
target, I'm sure.
and he had a fire idol, which basically sent the two people with the most votes to fire. And so
Yeah, and he beat,
Denny volunteered to do fire, and he sacrificed himself,
and that's why
knowing
Denny
that
won Hero
Derek
of the
was maxed
Season.
out on fire making. Denny didn't win Hero of the Season, but he won Player of the Season.
Oh, okay, yes, true. Sorry, facts. Um, Yeah, and
because
then
he had a very and last but not least, it was forced fire for seasons 2 through 4, and Ducky sacrificed themselves so their allies could make it to the end.
yeah,
Because
because
Derek
Derek
was going to
won.
send Ducky and I think Darwin to fire.
Yeah, and Ducky had just had enough at that point, which it sucks because Ducky's a big character, and I'm sure we all would have rooted for him at that point. But
Yeah,
you know,
they were basically screwed at that point.
yeah. But I respect Ducky, not
I
wanting Derek to
respect
have
Ducky's
the
choice
last
because
laugh.
that's, yeah. And so, yeah, he won, but since we're getting into the rebrand, we might as well just talk about why Derek's win was revoked.
Yeah, you can feel free to talk about as much or as little as you want, but Derek did technically win this season, and I'm sure he played a
Derek
great
did
game,
technically
but
win this season, and he did play a great game, but it was originally season 3 of Emmy Survivor, and he was very like inappropriate towards female castaways, and I did hear about him having issues with that during the season in another org,
yeah,
and I just felt like it was just too much to let him keep the win.
yeah,
After all, he
and
did in both
and also,
my org as a production member, and then in another org where he was pulled.
mhm.
He was talking to me about it, and I did feel bad. But then when I saw it experienced from my own eyes with one of the players sending me screenshots, then I knew that
Yeah.
something was up.
Yeah, the org community, it can be a very positive and happy place, but there's a lot of creeps out there as well, and unfortunately, Derek just kind of to be one of them, unfortunately. So
Yeah, it
therefore
sucks.
you kicked him out of the server, you revoked his win, and it went to Darwin by proxy, which Darwin. He played a very solid game. It seemed like he had that big moment with the Idol Nullifier to his name. So,
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm sure it didn't feel good to have a win by default necessarily either. So
right. And so let's talk about when so I was in the hospital due to all the stress regarding the Derek situation and people just quitting and all that. And we ended up
hmm
retconning and then rebrand. I took the time to think about it when I was in the hospital. I was like, should I not host anymore or should I just rebrand and see how it goes from there? And I was
yeah.
thinking of names to choose for when we rebranded, and I decided on Florivivor.
Hmm. Well, now that you're bringing it up, what were some of these other ideas, if you remember any of them? Is that a curiosity?
So I don't remember any other ideas, but I mean, it could have been something like, because I went by a different name. It could have been Ashley Survivor or something like that. Just not Emmy Survivor.
Yeah, you wanted to start fresh and kind of move away from that a bit.
Yeah, Emmy Survivor was the dark days, and I just thought Florivivor would be a fun name, and that's what I went with, and that's what I decided as soon as I got out of the hospital.
You definitely made better choice with the name. Like, I think it's much more succinct. It's a single name, word name. So I
Yeah,
think you made the right decision for sure.
yeah. And so we did season 3. We redid season 3, which was Brain versus Brawn versus Beauty in Egypt.
Yep.
And we had a lot of fun. I brought Battleship trivia to the org that season.
Yes, Battleship trivia, the everyone's favorite and least favorite probably. Like it's fun to do, but then
It's fun to
once it
do, but
gets
it's
down,
torture. It's fun to do, but it's torture for the players.
it is. Yeah, as someone who's done it twice, it's not fun. Guys. Oh.
Season 5's Battleship Trivia was rough, though.
Yeah, we'll get to that, but
We'll get to that soon, but okay, so no, okay, right here. So Star Z had so we brought Raph in as an alternate, and Raph and Star Z had a beef, and that's what caused Star Z to go home first when Beauty Tribe lost the challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Then Amber, who was a mutual friend of me and my ex-girlfriends, we brought in and decided to try an org. She decided to try an org, and she quit because she wasn't able to commit to it, which is fair.
Yeah, that's a bummer, but
yeah, I knew the situation, so it was fair that she couldn't like commit to the game.
yeah, I think definitely, when you go into an org, you need to like understand like, what goes into this and like how long it is before you actually commit to doing it. So
yeah. And so
it's
Hayes ended up being voted out because I guess he wasn't connected to people. He wasn't connected to the tribe as much as the others.
Yeah. Were there any noticeable? Sorry. Were there any noticeable like alliances that we're building at this point that like we would kind of to keep in mind for like the rest of the season?
I don't really think so. I think there was one with Squirb, Micah, and Cooper. I don't remember, but I know those three kind of got along well on Brains.
Mm-hmm.
Then on Brawn, it was like Jack and Ghoul, and then Joffy and the Animals was in a good spot before Joffy got eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
And so Ace quit by way of leaving the server, and we couldn't get in contact with him.
Yeah, that's
so
a
that
big
was fun.
boo right there. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we swapped, and then we had Battleship Trivia as a challenge, which Joffy's tribe lost, and Joffy, by way of wanting to weaken the Bronze and being entirely swap screwed, was voted out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Which earned him robbed free juror.
Yeah, it happens to some people, but I've played with Joffy actually before, and he's a really chill guy. So
yeah, he's really cool.
Well, yeah,
yeah. And then Raph got eliminated, probably.
Yeah, it looks like a 3-2-1 vote for Raph.
Yeah, I don't remember this vote because I think I was in the hospital at this vote, so they were handling that one. So I don't remember exactly what happened because I was in the hospital that vote. I come back and Raph is gone.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. And also during this swap, I believe like Squirb and Jack had been swapped together.
Yeah.
And, through that, Jack was really close with Ghoul, and this 3-person alliance formed with those 3.
This made it merge.
Oh, it did, okay.
Yeah, the Plot Twist Alliance.
Yes, the Plot Twist Alliance, like you talked a lot about it, so.
Yeah, so at merge, it was advantage get-in. Because Kylie had an idol nullifier, and she used an idol nullifier on Squirb because she wanted Squirb out. But turns out Squirb had another idol, so she was saved. I think someone else used an idol, and the only person that was vulnerable was the animal self-vote from Sacrifices.
Oh no. Animals and his self-votes. Like literally the first vote in season 5, we'll get to it, but like he self-voted and I was so pissed. Oh my god. But this one wasn't intentional. It was like Sacrifices.
This wasn't an intentional self-vote. It was a self-vote from Sacrifices, and it went back to haunt them.
Yeah, but this is the impact that, the Sacrifices challenge can have on, Florivivor seasons. Like, if enough other stuff goes wrong.
Life got eliminated probably because he was less connected. He wasn't really that connected with people even from the start.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sarah was eliminated because she didn't use her table for two advantage.
Yeah, she could have left tribal with someone, and
And then
her
just
and
didn't.
her and Peppa were very close, correct?
Yeah. Peppa and Sarah were very close. And she could have taken someone with her to leave tribal and she wouldn't have been vulnerable and they would have had to vote someone else. But, she didn't, so she ended up being the one voted out.
Yeah, and that seemed like, that, like, from what I got from, like, the document, like, the saved archives that you had, it sounded like the Sarah vote was really the tipping point for, like, people drawing lines in the sand and, like, alliances were kind of more forming now at that point, correct?
Yeah. And Kylie was voted
Yeah.
out because I literally forgot.
Kylie, she's definitely a character. Like, she had this big in season 3. It seems like she had this big moment, like with saving herself, but then the no votes and losing animals, which was her number one. And then basically
Yeah.
she was struggling to survive for several rounds, and she did good surviving, a few more rounds.
Yeah. She would have got best survivalist if we had that in the season.
And she was best villain, I think, you gave her.
Yeah, she was villain of the season, yeah.
Yeah, was there anything specifically villainous that she did?
Well, it was just mainly how she was towards some people, specifically Squirb.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it just bubbled after she tried to get her out.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. We all love squirps. So.
Yeah. Then Kai got voted out because people just agreed to vote him out. And then they changed the tribe name after that.
That was a delayed tribe name, it sounds like. Or
It was
Kai
bad.
wanted to name it. He gave a bad name, and they
Kai
wanted to
named
change it.
Kai named it Raichu is a Chad. And I was just like, and they were complaining about the name, so I was just like, y'all can change it if you want. Once Kai was voted out.
Yeah, he wasn't there to fight back anymore, so.
Well, yeah, she's not there to fight back anymore. Kai goes by a different name now. I think it's
Oh,
Aaron she
okay.
goes by.
Oh, gotcha, okay. Well, hi, Aaron.
Yeah, I think
Sorry if
as
I
far
called
as
you
I
by name.
know, I think it's Aaron she goes by now.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And then we lead into the big one, which is, the player of
Squirb
the
being
season,
voted out.
Squirb. Yeah.
Yeah, she was basically winning immunities, and the one immunity she lost that she needed, she lost.
And she was
And
voted out, yeah.
she was voted out, except Jack and Ghoul were the only people to not vote her out, as far as I know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so then that's basically the start of the undoing of the plot twist alliance from there, and the game is much more
Yeah,
open at that point.
yeah, so Cooper was voted out. I think he wasn't that connected to people, and he was like the least connected overall out of everyone, even the two people in the plot twist alliance.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was a 3-part challenge in season 3 as well. It was Jack versus Peppa, and Jack was pretty close to beating Peppa, but Peppa won. And obviously
And
they were gonna take Froggo, which led to a Jack and Ghoul fire making. And it was black
yeah,
tea, and Jack lost.
yeah, the black. That is not a fun challenge to do for some
I'm
people,
good at
but
black
it's
tea,
really that.
but other people aren't.
Some people are really good, yeah. So,
I used
but
to be
yeah,
bad at black tea, but then I got good at it.
yeah.
That's like the
So
only
basically,
word game
Peppa
I'm
just.
actually good.
Yeah, that's fair. But Peppa, like, now Peppa had been kind of like in a good spot up until the Sarah blind side, which fell through, and they were on the bottom for
Yeah.
a bit. But there was other targets, and then by the time Pep was considered a target, they won a bunch of immunities and got their way to the end and had good jury management. It seemed like.
Yeah. Peppa at by the end of the game was the biggest threat to win, and they won. Ghoul got 2 votes, I think, from Squirb and the Animals.
Yeah,
But other than
and
that, every other vote went to Peppa.
even Jack didn't vote for Ghoul. That's interesting.
I think Jack did vote for Ghoul, so I think it was 3
Oh,
votes for Ghoul, and the rest went to
yeah, 730.
Peppa.
Yeah, so Ghoul, good runner-up, but Peppa just, she it sounds like kind of a Kenzie win to me, Peppa's
Yeah.
sort of win.
Yeah.
Yes, that was pretty good.
So it
And
was a good season.
the only any pronouns winner to this day still, so that's really great,
Yeah.
Peppa.
Right. All right. Season 4. Woohoo!
Woo!
Florida.
And you actually start using the Florivivor name here for the first time, really.
I used it in season 3.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
It's on the logo then, yeah. um,
Yeah, because Cooper did the logo and he didn't put Florivivor.
Shame Cooper.
Uh,
But yeah, so you finally made it through 3 seasons. It took a long time to get to that point, but you decided to do a fans versus favorite season this time.
yeah.
What was that like to get that started up?
It was fun, and we were getting people that or in previous seasons to apply for favorites, and then fans. We got a decent amount of fans,
Mm-hmm. I
and
know Mason was a big spectator in there, so he was
Mason was the
in
biggest
there finally.
spectator of Florivivor leading up to season 4.
Mm-hmm.
And so he applied. We had a few other fans, Eli B, Eli T, Taka,
Eli's,
who
yeah.
was production.
Aka, fine. Yep. Jumping from production to the game and going into production was our good friend Ollie. So Ollie started his streak here.
Yeah, Ollie. The Ollie era started in season 4.
Yeah, shout out Ollie. We all love him.
We love Ollie.
Mm-hmm.
So the tribes that started off were Sarasota County, which was the fans, and Manatee County, which was the favorites.
Yeah, and
And
can we just quickly
the
talk about some of these favorites just quickly? Like what went into like certain ones you wanted to choose? Or did you just take whoever you could get at
we
that
didn't
point?
really, we just took what we could get. We didn't really have that many people applying to be favorites.
Okay, makes sense.
Like if we did it now, I think we could get people, but back
Yeah,
then we
definitely.
couldn't.
Yeah, you were still building the
And
numbers, yeah.
yeah. And so we ended up with a favorite on the fans tribe.
Deadpool.
We did not know Deadpool was Joey until it was too late. Taka clocked him off the bat.
There wasn't like all identifier or anything to catch.
Nope. So we had Cosmo coming back from season 1 where he was idled out. We had
Yeah.
Sarah coming back from not using her table for 2 advantage. We had Peppa coming right after winning the season.
Oh, we love that.
We had Star Z coming back from being first boot.
Mm-hmm.
And then Reese and Rowan and Ducky.
Yes, Reese and Rowan, big time players repetitive players, and then Ducky, obviously, everyone loves Ducky, so it's fun to see that group.
And then Kai came back, and then Erin came back when she went by Kai still.
Yeah.
And then Brett, we love Brett.
Yes, Brett is very sweet guy.
Yeah, he's cool. And so we had really good people that came back. And Micah, which I know Micah we had to pull because he ulted, but we'll talk about that once we get to that. But first, let's
Yeah.
talk about the challenge, the reward challenge.
Oh yeah. So
They
there
had
was
to
like some
make their
kind of
own city.
yeah. Was this the start of the
And
creativity comps at the start, or?
yeah, I think so. So we had the favorites. They had a really good submission.
Mhm.
And then the fans decided to use the nom emote for everything.
So that's why we have the nom chain now.
The fans decided to make the city around the nom emote, and they almost won too.
I would have voted for it if that's the case, but
But yeah, they made their whole city regarding the nom emoji, like nom this, nom that.
hmm
But the favorites was so good, and it was understandable that the favorites won.
yeah,
And so
fans versus favorite seasons are interesting because on Real Life Survivor, like those seasons, it seemed like the favorites had an advantage, but it looked like you guys had some fans that like could hold their own for the most part this season against them.
yeah. And so the first challenge, the favorites won, and then Reagan got voted out for inactivity. That I remember because I was just like, Reagan, why?
Yeah, Reagan definitely disappointing right there.
Yeah, Reagan was promising, but she didn't.
hmm And then Micah, you
And
ejected,
then,
and
yeah, cause he was alting in another org.
mhm.
And then,
Then,
the next boot, the favorites lost. I forgot what challenge this was, but they lost. And, so it was gonna be the season 3 people were targeting Cosmo.
oof,
And
poor, poor
so the
Cosmo can't catch a
season
break.
1 and season, yeah. So the season 1 and season 2 people banded together to vote out somebody from the season 3 people. And
hmm
that one ended up being Sarah.
hmm Was she just like least connected at the three, basically, or?
Probably, or the least likely to have an idol. Because we also went overboard on floor coins back then before we removed them.
Ah, yes, he brought them back here.
Yeah, that was questionable, but we moved.
hmm
So I think we swapped at Final 19 with somebody in exile. I forgot who that was.
It might have been Kai. It looks like.
Yeah, so Aaron was in exile, and it was a double elimination. We had three tribes. We had Pinellas County, we had Hillsborough County, and we had what is it? Hernando County. Wait, Hernando County, Pinellas, and Hillsborough. Yeah. And I think it was Pinellas County that won the first challenge. I may be wrong.
Yeah, it says so on this voting chart that I got pulled up. But yeah, and then we lose Peppa, which first winner to get voted out after coming back. That's kind of a bummer.
And then Star Z got the same placement, but at least he made swap.
Yeah, Starzy. At least he's improving.
Yeah. And then Betch quit, which she was very promising.
Yeah, it sounded like
She was a really
Beshka.
good player, and then she just had stuff going on, I think, and had to quit.
Yeah, there's always one or two every season, unfortunately.
Yeah. And then Reese went out, but at least he got a better placement.
Yep, he's again someone improving.
Yeah, and so we swap into two tribes of 7 this time, with Deadpool in exile this time. And It was Polk County and Pasco County.
Yeah, and it looks like there was a sacrifices here, and a few people lost their votes. Taka, Trent, and Rowan specifically.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then Eli T lost, got voted out. I
and then
think
ironic.
Rowan
Oh,
and
sorry. Go
then
ahead.
Eli B lost, and I think Rowan mutinied to Polk County at some time around this.
Mm-hmm. Because he felt like it,
And
or
then
there was three.
I guess I don't know, but he just mutinied to Polk County. And then Lime got voted out. And then like Alice, we had the big tribal, and it was a revote between Alice and Brantley, I believe.
Well, I do kind of want to go back
Who
to the
now
line
goes
though,
by
because
Allison. Okay.
yeah. So Allison, during this tribal, there was like apparently a funny moment where Brett or someone was like, "Hey, Allison, will you jump over and be loyal to us if we vote out Lime instead of you," or something like that? Do you remember
That was
this?
that was the Brantley vote. That was
Oh,
the Alice
Brantley.
versus Brantley.
Oh,
That
okay.
was Allison versus Brantley. Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay.
they were like, Brett was like, will you be loyal to Pasco if we keep you?
And she said
This
yes.
was during the
So they
revote.
sorted her out.
They
Oh god.
still voted her out.
Oh.
And then it was merged, which meant chaos. But Trent was being chaotic, so they voted him out.
Was he like pitching a lot of different things, and they just were not feeling it.
He was just like being chaotic,
Mm.
just causing trouble, and people just didn't like it.
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense. And then Taka.
It was so funny. It was so funny. I had like different things that were Florida related for the auction. It was so funny. There was like Florida license plate, which was a custom roll.
Mm.
Nix's Baker Act form, which I think was game info or something like that. I forgot what it was, but it was either game info or nothing.
Yeah, and we start to kind of see, the auction, which is also another staple here for us. You kind of
Yeah.
start to make those constant, items like here. So that's cool.
And then a purse that Rowan got, which was immunity, and then someone got a car.
A digital car. Congratulations.
A car.
And then
It was funny.
Taka, who's a big character, you lost, unfortunately.
Yeah, Taka quit, but he had camp, I think.
Reminds me of Maddie. We'll
At
get to
camp or
her later.
something.
But yeah,
Maddie, Maddie. Yeah, that's gonna be all the way in season 17.
yeah, we'll get there
Uh,
eventually. But
we'll get there eventually. Then we got Lime, who got booted in 13. No, wait, where are we at? Kai.
we're at Kai.
Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron.
Yeah. So she got voted out in 9th, which was a placement below her last placement.
Yeah. Oof, that's
The
rough.
last season 3 person to go.
Yeah, season 3 people had a vendetta against them, I guess. Ever since
People
then,
had a
so.
vendetta against season 3. Not 4 people in a row being season 3.
Because up to that point, it was probably like the better season over 1 and 2, and they were like, "No, we want to, we can't have that." So, yeah,
And then Cosmo got out because he was the biggest threat remaining.
yeah. Cosmo definitely got his redemption this season.
Yeah, he
He went
did.
from a big jump.
Yeah,
And
and
then
then Ducky. Ducky was also
yeah,
the biggest threat, and then they got voted out.
yeah. What are the alliances looking like at this end game point?
Okay, so we had, I think Pasco County had an alliance, and then there was the Polk County Cocktoppers.
Fun name.
I was like, name this or I'll name it for you. And then they're like, you name it. I'm like, okay.
And did they appreciate the name?
They were laughing at the name, I think.
Okay, that's all that matters.
It was a funny
But
name, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
so it was like basically original tribes and like the fans and favorites had kind of like blended together at that point.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And so Brantley got voted out, I think, because somebody else idled, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
And then
Brantley,
Rowan got,
you gave pots to Brantley at the end of the season.
yeah.
But what was the reasoning for that?
I just felt like he had the best social game. He was very strategic with his alliances and everything. He was connected to both sides in a way.
Hmm. So playing the middle pretty well.
Physical was alright, but I mean, he was more fluent in social and strategic than everyone else in the game.
Yeah. Plus, he has
If
a bread
Cosmo would have
icon.
made it, or if Cosmo would have made it around or later, I probably would have gave it to him.
Hmm. Yeah.
If Cosmo
Well,
would have got at least 7.
yeah, it makes sense because like Brantley, another fan that really held themselves well, in this batch. So.
Yeah. And then Rowan got unlucky.
Hmm. Yeah, poor Rowan. I
So
mean, this
Rowan was,
is Rowan's best placement, so kudos to Rowan.
yeah, it's Rowan's best placement, so yeah. And then let's talk about final immunity. I found this out after I got out of the hospital that Star won final immunity, but he decided to give it to Brett so he could try and beat Mason in fire, which failed, and Mason made FTC and won.
Yeah, like Star definitely this Star's an icon for this. Like, we
Yeah,
obviously
he
like,
just like,
everyone
yeah,
saw
he
like,
just
what
was
happened with like a Chris Underwood and I'm sure Star felt like Mason was a big threat and if he was the one to really take it out, then that would like basically assure him the win, but
boost his resume, yeah.
yeah,
But it turns
and
out that didn't happen, so
so this is Star did
he
the
won
fail
Hero of the
Chris
Season though.
Underwood. Yeah.
Yeah.
We love
And
Star.
so it was Mason, Brett, and Deadpool. And Brett got a few votes, but Mason won.
Yeah, Mason and Brett definitely. It sounds like they had like a very good fight. Deadpool. It sounds like he didn't really
Deadpool
have a
was a
lot of
fish out of
respect.
water.
Yeah,
No
and I'm sure.
disrespect to Deadpool, but it just was a bad game.
Yeah, and did the thing come out about him being an alumni in secret the whole
Eventually
season?
it did. Eventually it did come out.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Mason played a
Uh,
good game.
let's
It was
talk
fun to
about,
see like a spectator like that, come back and win.
yeah.
So.
Let's talk about your season next. You're on the spotlight.
Oh boy. Yeah, this was a roller coaster. I mean, as someone who lived it, but I don't know how it was for you guys as production, but I can give you
Alright.
the player perspective
So
for
we
me.
had, yeah, so it was 3 tribes. Sao Paulo, Brasilia, and Rio de Janeiro.
And this was Battle of
Brasilia
the
was the
Orgs.
unlucky tribe. They were so unlucky.
Yeah, Brasilia.
Like,
Yeah, it was. I think it was a combination of first someone, the creativity competition, and then I forget
Battleship
what the.
Trivia was the second one where everybody was ganging on Brasilia.
Oh my god, yeah, okay. So, first Venus walks for them,
First Venus walks, and yeah,
and then doing Battleship Trivia with more
with
than
3 tribes.
tribes is not
We
not a
learned
good
our
idea.
we learned our lesson. We learned our lesson. We learned our
Uh,
lesson about that. We do not do it with 3 tribes now. Like if we're in a situation where it's only 3 tribes, we would do push the button instead of Battleship Trivia.
yeah, because what happened was like my tribe Sao Paulo and then Brasilia. We basically started like naturally taking shots at each other, and it just became too easy to just go at each other. And then Rio just kind of sat back and did nothing and won. um, yeah, and
Rio
then
just did
we
nothing.
were my tribe was able to like beat out Brasilia barely, but like that was intense for that reason.
Yeah. And then Brasilia finally won a challenge.
Yay. Yeah, no disaster tribe for now.
Yeah, and then Zero went out from Sao Paulo.
Oh my god, okay.
Wasn't that when the animals self-voted?
Okay, so what was happening here was this tribe that we started on, I had a 3-person alliance with me and Bacon and Animals, just because we were clicking the most naturally and they were the more talkative ones for me personally. But then I started talking with like Tinshaw and Rowan and some of these other people, and it became clear that they didn't have they had a very different sense of what the tribe was like. They wanted to vote out Zero, but Bacon was very insistent on wanting to keep Zero as a number and getting out Lou, who he felt less connected to. And so I was kind of in a weird spot where like I wanted to like let Bacon do what he wants to do, but like at the same time, the tribe is like pretty consensus on Zero for the inactivity, and so and Animals didn't end up voting, so it just became a 4-3-1. And so, yeah, it was a messy tribal.
That's funny.
Ugh.
Your tribe was a mess.
It was a mess. And before that, Anubis, that tribal was kind of a similar thing. It sounded like, talking with like Ainsley, it definitely sounded like there were people that were like very iffy on what they wanted to do, and there wasn't like a clear consensus. So those tribals were very not so.
All right, so Mark and Lay were voted out for inactivity.
Yeah, we had swapped, and it was just too easy to boot them, basically.
Yeah. And so Monkey was voted out next for like not really being a team player.
Yeah, this was after the challenge where I was like, someone's gonna go home because they couldn't find $1 million swimsuit like us in the challenge. So,
$1 million swimsuit. How did y'all find $1 million swimsuit?
I don't know. You had us looking for stuff online for like high prices. And so, yeah, Mike Monkey was the one that went home for it. I think he just,
and then the double elimination where you almost went home.
Oh my god. Okay, so here's the thing. I had tried to vote Lou out at the vote earlier, but like I was like, I'll play nice with Lou and Tinshaw just for the sake of numbers, and this was a funky group because we had like 3 from one tribe, 3 from another, and then 4 from the third, and then Lou. I was in an alliance with Lou, Tinshaw, and Ainsley and Lime. Basically, the Sao Paulos plus the Rios, but the 2 Rios in there didn't trust Jiv, so we left him out for some reason. But and basically, what happened was I had built like relationships with Jiv, who I had history with. We had bad history from another org, but I was like, let's just move on. I forgive you for it, because he got me out in that org. And I had a relationship with Ethan by proxy of Jiv, like we had a trio there, and then I'd also built a relationship with Meredith because she, in this battle of the orgs, like we had the 3 tactic orgs, which was like I'll talk about it in a bit, but Meredith actually played in that org as well, so she was like a secret 4th for us that I wanted to pull over. And so basically it was like either I turn on the alliance that I'm in, the majority, or I let one of these other options go that could have helped me out later. So I tried to get Lou out, and I tried to get Lime out. Actually, sorry, I tried to get Lime out, and then Lou exposed me to Lime, and Lime started campaigning to get me out, and our relationships were just too strong, and Lime went, and she reamed me on the way out. So that's what happened.
Poor Lime.
Yeah, sorry, Lime, but it was you or me, so.
And then Eris went out because lack of connections.
Yeah, and Eris also was not the most active on Sao Paulo, so
yeah,
I can't speak for what happened later, but yeah.
Yeah. And then the 3 tribes. I was in the hospital during this whole entire period, so I don't remember.
Yeah, I remember Ollie, like, in his season rankings, he talked about how he really loved this swap because it was, like, Aijiao, which is the tribe that had me, Ainsley, and then Doug and Jordan, like, was, like, a main character tribe, and then, I forget what the name was, but the Orange tribe, it had, like, the more predictable vote out people, like Animals and Bacon and Meredith and Lou.
And Comunidad in the Chaos
Rainey.
tribe.
Yes. And on that other tribe, like Rainey and Doug and Jordan and Animals and Bacon all had like an alliance, and Rainey, that kind of got broken up here at this other swap. So that group was sticking together, and it was really between Meredith and Rainey and Lou, and Meredith just did a better job of staying in, I guess. So
yeah. And then Comunidades tribal.
oh my god, Comunidad, the messy tribe, as Ollie would call it. But
the messy tribe. Kinshaw, Ethan, Rowan, Reese, and Jib.
yeah, and there was 3 idols, 2 of them.
3 idols. Rowan played an idol on him and Reese, and then Jib played an idol, which meant no votes for anyone.
Yeah, because they targeted.
So the only 2 people who could be voted were Tinshaw and Ethan, and they voted Ethan out.
Yeah, that was the first no votes tribal for you guys, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and Ollie still talks about it to this day. It was definitely a big tribal for sure.
Yeah, he does.
But yeah, I felt bad for Ethan. He had a lot of potential, and he just, got screwed by the idols, so.
Yeah. And then Danny just was the odd one out of your tribe, so.
Yeah, Danny, it was a product of I didn't want to take out Ainsley, but by then I had already formed the tactical alliance with Doug and Jordan, and we were very, like, consistent, like, this is the Battle of the Orgs, we want, to bring a win back for Jack, so.
Yeah.
So I knew that, like, no matter what, like, we were sticking together, like, and I had their loyalty no matter what, so.
Yep, so it was just a product of not being the least connected for Danny. And I think Danny self-voted it.
Yeah, Danny just gave up. I think she tried to pull me and Ainsley in, but if it wasn't like a Battle of the Orgs, I probably would have gone with Danny and Ainsley, but, like, considering those factors, it just made more sense for me to get Danny out instead.
Boot Danny, yeah. And we get to merge. We're rowing this merge boot again.
Okay. Sorry,
and I regret my life choices. And I regret my life choices by letting the animals name the tribe the S with an apostrophe. Because I should have listened to Ollie. That name is hard to ping.
Yeah, that I didn't understand it, honestly, for a long time, but I was like, okay, I mean, whatever Animals wants to do, he's always off doing his own thing, so I'll go along with it, but yeah, it was a weird name.
Oh, I got it. Oh, I got to talk about Rainey. The knowledge is power gate.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, Rainey. Like, I've apologized to Rainey plenty about this, but, like, it made sense for me. Because, like, by this point, like, me and Doug and Jordan, it was very clear that we were, like, the only org that was still intact. And so I think people were starting to suspect that we would a 3 thing. I'm sure Ainsley knew because, like, she knew what was going on at that Danny vote, and so, like, she kind of knew without vocally saying it, but
yeah.
And so what happened was Rainey was one of the most vocal people outwardly saying, like, hey, there's these 3 people that, like, let's break them up. And I had suspected Rainey had an idol because of that unfortunate thing at the beginning with, like, the leak about who had the idols in the one channel.
Yeah.
And, which ended up not being true because the auction just happened and Rainey just happened to be able to get the mystery idol from that. So that was the idol.
And so you were like, stealing. You asked me. And then you stole Rainey's idol.
And he was like, fuck you. Like, you're all a bunch of snakes.
They were like,
I don't trust anyone.
They were like,
It was
They
funny,
were just
but
like, fuck the tactical alliance. Yeah, Rainy uses they them pronouns now. So.
oh yeah, sorry, Rainy. They but yeah, they basically tried to then blame Jiv for everything because Jiv was the scapegoat at that point. Because like that community
Blaming
dog
Jim.
group, that community dog group like got like tons of heat for like that big tribal with Ethan just because Rowan was an easy boot because of the two idols that he just played, and then Jiv just he was not at quite as ingratiated as everyone else, so it was just easy for them to paint it on Jiv. But I knew better, and I was like, I'm trying to make an effort not to target Jiv here, so I'm gonna get Rainy out, and no matter what, because I wanted Bacon and Animals to like rely on me more and the tactical alliance more. So I had to get Rainy out for some reason. And it was
Poor Rainy.
It was a 4-3-1-1 vote, which is wild. And Ainsley was gone, so.
Yeah. And then Jiv. Poor Jiv.
Yeah, okay, love you, Jiv, but to be fair, dude, I saved your ass so many times and then you tried to turn it on me. It's like, yeah, obviously I'm gonna save myself here and take your ass out after that. Like, I tried really hard with Jiv, and we've talked about this. Like, we're cool now, but like, it was just befuddling. But I understood it from a game perspective. Like, yeah.
Next one is Jordan, which I know that was tough for you because that was one of your alliance members.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think we were kind of going to be able to try to split vote it before Animals took Jordan's vote, and Jordan still had the auction idol at that point. Jordan played the idol for me.
And she used it on you.
Yeah, I told her she didn't have to. I don't feel like you have to do it for me, but I was just targeted, so it made sense why to try to go for me again. But yeah, and then Doug flipped for this one instance because he knew it was like between him and Jordan, and he voted Jordan, and Jordan won. So
yeah, and then Bacon went.
Yeah, me and Doug were like pushing so hard, like with Tinshaw, Meredith, and Ainsley. I knew Bacon and Animals and Reese were a tight three at that point, and it was like, hey, like numbers wise, it just makes sense for you guys to flip here. So they went back on their Death Pact alliance. And,
yeah.
Bacon went.
Then Bacon went, and then Doug.
Yeah, I lost my boy Doug, and it was just me left from tactical, and
Ainsley
Ainsley saved my ass so much because that's where my relationship with her really came into play. Was she saved me many times, so
yeah. We love Ainsley.
We do. She put the target on other people for me, so I appreciated that. But
yeah. And then Meredith, the first person that was openly against you after being voted out.
Yeah, I agree. Meredith had like some. I totally understand there's feelings involved, and like I'm cool with Meredith. Like I think she's a great player. We all know her reputation in the Orc world, so
yeah.
But she just really got upset with me for flipping on her when she had just flipped on me twice before then, and I forgave her. I didn't trust her anymore at that point, and it just, based on how the vote was turning out, it was either me or I turned the attention on Meredith by forming a threats alliance with Ainsley and Animals, and they could pull in Reese. So that's what happened there, pretty much.
Yeah. And then the Animals went, which also led them to be vocally against you.
Yeah, I was shocked that I survived this. Like, I think Ainsley felt really bad for me at that point, like, because I just lost her by a few points challenge, and so. But yeah, Animals was hardcore against me. He had an alliance with Ainsley and Reese, and they both flipped on him for some reason, so it was wild, but. Yeah.
And then we had the final. We had the Final Four challenge where you won. It was close between you and Reese.
Yeah, like I had to fight for that tiebreaker because uh, it was about which question in the Battleship trivia who answered this, but there was like two of the same question basically. So uh, yeah, I had to fight for a new tiebreaker, and then I won on that tiebreaker. So I felt so good after that. But
And then you said Ainsley to fire.
I know my heart was literally broken like doing that, but like I knew I was losing to her if I went to the end with her. So I love you, Ainsley. Thank you for all the saving. Like, I definitely would not have won without her, but
Yeah.
it was all I could do at that point if I wanted to win. So
And it was good that she like literally separated game from personal because she did vote you to win even though you did that.
yeah, and I really appreciated that. Like, I would not have blamed her. I think of all the people who didn't vote for me, Ainsley was the one who I think was most justified not to vote for me, but she
Ainsley
still
did
did.
vote
So
you.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Like, if she didn't, I couldn't blame her unlike other people.
Yeah.
But yeah, she still did. So I appreciated that. But that final
And then
that
it
final
tied and
tribal,
went to Reese.
I was so convinced that Reese was not voting for me because I had just called him a go very publicly at tribal councils and stuff. But because I gave him fire making against Ainsley to allow him to get to the end, he gave me the win. So thank you, Reese.
Yeah.
Like you really made a dream come true for me there, buddy. So
That
thank
was
you.
a
I appreciate
wild
you.
season.
Yeah, not to be
Season
biased, but I think
6.
we had a good season for the most part.
Season 6.
Yeah, season
I
6.
think we just need to start doing summaries instead of boots because this is going to be a long time if we do it like this.
It is. Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll go like briefly through. But yeah,
Okay, so so the first 3 boots
the
were
two tribes.
actually the first 2 tribes of 8, and it was Canberra and Sydney.
Yep.
The pre-merge actually had understandable boots with Kat quitting because apparently her mom took her phone or something like that.
Yeah, RP.
And then Eris being robbed by
Um,
being the only person not in a 5-person alliance.
yeah, she was so pissed, but like it made game sense why they booted her at that point. Like, she didn't
Yeah,
form alliances quickly enough. So,
yeah.
and
And
Astrid
then
was
so
wild. Like,
every Astrid was wild, and then Leah was just inactive.
yeah.
And
And
then
then
Newt just didn't bond with people, and then Milky was a backup juror,
yeah, like
but
that
we
was the
didn't need Milky.
yeah, like Canberra completely flipped on each other at that merge vote with Milky just because of the quotes that came out that kind of turned them against each other, which made it easy for Sydney
Yeah.
to like stick together.
And then
Especially that
M
King.
was voted out.
Yeah, she fought, but she
She
was
fought,
very
but it
clear.
didn't work.
Yeah, it was clear she was a threat to them, and that Kings United alliance with
Yeah.
Sammy and LJ and Ethan was very tight
Teagues.
and controlling stuff. So
It was
yeah,
Sammy,
Teagues,
LJ,
sorry.
and Teagues, I think.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then
Sammy, LJ, and Teagues, and then they had Ethan as a pocket vote, but
yeah. And then Rain got rocked out because Ethan flipped.
yeah, well, Rain flipped to the Canberras to try to save them, but as he knew it was at the bottom
Yeah.
of the Sydneys,
Rain flipped, yeah.
but then
And then Rain got rocked out.
yeah, Ethan like Ollie told me that Ethan like had his vote like to flip on the Sydneys, but at the last minute changed it back, so then it went to Rocks and
Yeah.
Rain. Yeah. Which was
So,
sad.
and then Yume went because they saw her as a threat because she was so kind.
Yeah, Yume is a very wholesome person, and
She's one of the sweetest people in Florivivor history.
Yeah, she deserved hero that season for sure.
Yeah. And then Teagues was out because they flipped on him.
Yeah, Sammy and LJ flipped, and they were just done with Teagues at that point. And also, like,
Yeah.
Sammy had this relationship with Ash all season of, they had the two half idols, and that kind
They
of
had the
built a
two F
secret.
idols.
They had a secret
And
relationship.
then Storm got voted out because Ash flipped on him.
Yeah, like, Storm had built, like, a final three with Sammy and Ethan, I think, and then Ash was able to suss it out and use her idol.
Yeah, on LJ, which
Yeah.
cut half of the votes, which led to Storm going.
Yep. And
then Ethan lost in fire making.
Yeah, Ash was the target, but because she had just saved LJ did her a favor and kept her for fire making.
Yeah.
And she beat Ethan. So
Yeah.
he got redemption there, but I wish he'd played a little more actively personally, but
yeah, I wish in the beginning, yeah. LJ got third because Ash honored her bond with Sammy, and then Ash was the first unanimous winner. And I think the only unanimous winner.
Yeah, and first female winner too, so
first female winner, yeah.
Unless we count Peppa, but any pronouns. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ash
so we're done with season
story.
Yep, definitely. Alright, season 7. We had to cut the cast down to 14 because we couldn't get people to play a back to basics season. Oh, what happened? Okay.
Sorry about that, yeah.
We were just getting ready to talk about season 7.
Yeah, the recording's still going. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so technical issues. Yeah, so season 7.
Let me go back to placements.
I'm just using the archives personally here. Aren't you guys enjoying a long video here? Spectators.
We have to keep everything in because it's funny.
Yeah, and they're getting a lot of knowledge, so anyone that's returning.
They're getting a lot of knowledge about the past and everything. So it's fun. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah. They'll all have a good
idea of season 7.
So. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so
Italy, back to basics.
We had to cut the cast out because we couldn't get 16 people.
Yeah.
Because we made a dummy decision and advertised it at Back to Basics, which we fixed in season 15.
Yeah, tip for all you people starting an org, if you're going to do a Back to Basics season, don't advertise it.
Don't announce it right away.
Because they don't want to play that. They want to play with other stuff.
They don't want to play it. Yeah. So Optimind, people thought was AI, I think, and they got booted.
Yeah, Optimind. So, I think some people thought he was legit an AI tool or something. So.
Yeah.
Or something.
And I think this was the beginning of Avalie and Ryan's duo arc.
Yep, the chaotic duo of the season.
Because Pierce went because of them. Then we had the famous duel challenge where Tomato and Defiant, which is now Kaden, did a cryptogram. So it was supposed to be in submissions. Tomato did it in the chat, and then Defiant Kaden called him an idiot.
Yeah, Kaden, A Defiant, Caden's a character for sure. Like he
Yeah.
suffers no fool. He doesn't take up BS. He will call people idiots if he feels like it. So we love it. But yeah, Sicily
Yeah,
finally goes to
and
tribal,
so
and Tomato goes. Yeah.
and then we had the final 11, which was Greed, and Emily took Greed, which led to a chaos contest. And I guess
The
Caden
chaos
was the least
contest.
chaotic, so he got sent home.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this was hilarious because Invis had just been blindsided at the Pierce vote and was firmly on the bottom of them, but because Avali and Brian wanted to be chaotic and have fun this season, which we love to see, like teen TV, but they they pretty much scooped Invis up just for the sake of, hey, you don't want to go home, vote with us against Defiant, and because he's not being chaotic. And yeah, that was an iconic tribal just for the chaos contest alone.
Chaos contest was so funny.
Yeah, like if you infuse your strategy with like funniness, like that makes some of the best moments. So
Yeah, and then next week it was automatically in Biz going home.
yeah, they just flipped right back on Invis just because they felt like doing a 2-1-1 vote, and Switz was gonna vote for uh, Ovally at that point because he was sick of her antics, but they convinced Invis to vote for Switz, and then the two of them just voted out Invis in a 2-1-1, which was hilarious.
Yeah, that's funny. And then we merged, and then Jen got pulled.
Yeah, Jen seemed promising, but again, it happens in active people. But
Yeah. Ollie may have been a bit harsh on him, but then again, he was hosting his own org while not playing ours.
yeah, and I'm sure Ollie, he was bummed out about the 14-person cast too in general. But
Yeah.
he got over it once the chaos started happening. But
Yeah.
and then the next
Then
vote,
Ace got booted.
yep,
Then Christine. So it seemed like Toon was flipping on Sicily until the
yeah,
Ryan vote.
Toon was the target of Ace that vote, so like he was the other name, so it made
Yeah.
sense for him to like say, "Screw these people, I'm gonna flip and work with the Romes."
Yeah. And then Ryan got voted out because Toon flipped back to the Sicilies.
Yep, you notice a pattern here. People flipping
Yeah.
constantly in this season.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
and
then
Oddly was pissed about that, losing her number one.
Rachel went.
Yeah, Switz and Toon had formed a twosome at that point, and they pulled in Ovally, who had just been spurned by them, and got Rachel out. And Rachel's an icon,
Yeah.
but
And then it went to fire making with Switz and Avali, which Avali won.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah,
she was thinking Toon was going to take her to the end, but he didn't.
yeah. I heard it was a bit like up in the air for a bit for Molly, but like it sounds like Toon made the right
It was,
decision.
he made the right decision because he would have lost to Avali.
Yeah, oh yeah, 100%. But yeah, and Chad was, he had burned a lot of people on the jury, like Rachel, and
Rachel did vote Chad.
she did though. Yeah, that's the funny part. Like
Yeah.
continuing with the chaos, but um, people respected Toon a bit more, and I'm sure the public vote, the audience vote, wasn't of. You guys probably didn't love doing that.
No, we didn't. And we didn't love doing it because it was mostly Chad's friends watching.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But Toon definitely played a
So
good game.
yeah. Season 8. We started with 2 quits. Woohoo!
Woo! Yeah, Cran and BB. BB more like BS, as said by Minty, but
BS. And then
yeah, because he was a
Teagues
big.
got voted out. Yeah,
He was a big character, and then he just quit. So that was a bummer. But
yeah.
uh, yeah, you
And then
said like you
Teagues
said,
got voted out because he was trying to get people to vote BT,
yep.
and more people wanted
Uh,
to keep BT, so
yeah, BT had just
Teagues
built up
got
so many
eliminated.
alliances that they'd all just ratted
Yeah,
Teagues out, and they wanted to boot Teagues instead, which was a bummer because Teagues was great in season 6. But
yeah. And
yeah,
then
that's
Alexia,
what.
because she was linked to Teagues and voted with him, was
Yep.
automatically voted out.
Yeah, R.I.P. Alexia. She comes. We'll talk about her in season 13, but she'll get some redemption.
Yeah,
But it was a
yeah.
rough
And
one.
then
And
Bob, it was the easy vote in Bob, so that was an easy vote.
yeah,
Then
like
BT got eliminated, and
yeah,
he
he
blamed
got
it on
turned on
Kelly.
by by a few people, yeah, and blamed Kelly wrongly. But
Yeah, because Kelly didn't even vote. I
mhm.
don't think.
She
Either she
self-voted
didn't vote or,
actually.
yeah, she self voted. And then Kelly got voted out. And then Simon got voted out. It was a double elimination. Then Vanilla leaked all his alliances, so he got voted out.
Yeah, he built like an alliance with almost everyone basically at the
And
merge, and
then
they're like,
leaked
"What
his
the
other
fuck is this?"
alliances.
Yeah, and they're like, "What the fuck is this? Like, let's just get this guy out." So Vanilla was fun, but
Yeah. And then Ellie, they went by Kurt at the time.
mhm.
They tried to lead the charge on Minty, but it backfired on them.
Yeah, because Calvin, who was like a very big, villainous character, was tight with M, and then had built like relationships with Minty, who he had relationships previously with, and uh, there was an alliance of them and Imka and Ha and like a bunch of other people, and so it was just easy to
Yeah.
stockpile on Ellie, who had just weakened relationships in comparison. So
Yeah. And then Elise, who was Nick in disguise,
yes, that
and
was a
Monkey got eliminated at the double elimination. Teagues was really upset about that, but eventually once he realized how exactly it was going, he didn't really complain about it anymore.
yeah. It was a definitely an interesting double demerge there. That was the first time we did a demerge, and so
Yeah.
um the Elise getting blindsided there 3-2 with Calvin flipping was interesting, and it kind of showed some where like loyalties kind of really lied to people like Minty and M and stuff. So and
Yeah.
then with
And MQ
the
was
monkey vote,
away.
yeah, in the monkey vote, M was going to be the tone immunity, and Imka used her
Yeah.
safety without power on herself, which she would have been the backup vote from those others. So
Yeah.
that was well played by
That was a good
Imka,
call,
but
which led to Monkey going.
yep,
And
yeah,
then
poor
Patrick
monkey.
was I think it was either Patrick or Lex that got idled out.
It was Patrick.
I think it was Patrick, yeah.
Yeah, it was a 4-3-1, but the 4 and the 3 votes were both canceled out by Minty playing her idol on Ha, and Lex played his idol on himself, and so Patrick went with 1 vote from Ha. So
Yeah. And then Lex got eliminated by being the only person outside of the major alliances.
yeah, and I think also Minty was really flexing her power here as well by like
Yeah,
getting the vote split up and using MK used her idol here. So yeah,
right. And then Frost got eliminated by being the odd one out, and same with Calvin.
yep, 3-2-1 on Frost again. Minty flexing there, and then Calvin. It was the wine cellar alliance of Minty, Ava, aka Imka,
And
and
Ha.
yep.
And they all made Final Four, and then Minty won Final Immunity, which led to them voting Ha out, which kind of upset Ha.
Yeah, because Minty originally wanted to do M, but Imka was close with that at this point and wanted to do an all-girls final three, and so she talked Minty
Yeah.
out of it. And M, she was in between, like, either letting Ha do fire or doing the all-girls thing. She ended up signing with the girls, and
Yeah.
yeah.
And everybody got a vote, so that was nice.
Yeah, but a lot of people, I think, as good of a game, I think an underrated game as Ava had. She
Yeah.
didn't have the ability to get the votes, and then M, she pissed a lot of people off with what she did to Ha, which pushed all the
Yeah.
favor towards Minty.
Right. Season 9. That was chaos.
Yeah, that was. I know it's not your favorite season, Forrest, but
It was not one of
we're
my
gonna talk
favorite
about it here.
seasons.
Yeah, so you had the North
So
Pole,
we
the South
had,
Pole.
yep, we had Abigail, who was completely inactive.
Well,
Juice, who was
even
just the
before,
odd one out.
yeah, she's definitely didn't come in strong enough. Yeah.
Then Ethan got eliminated by BHG.
Yeah. Oh, and we're completely skipping over our boy Penny, aka Ron, at the very
No,
beginning.
Bronson 15th. Ron
Well,
got first boot, but he went
yes,
all the
but
way up.
he did, but he got
He's been,
booted first.
but he's been winning redemption duels.
Yes, he was kicking butt on redemption, though. It was a bummer for all of the prod, I'm sure, to see Penny first at first, and then, but
Yeah,
he got some redemption on Redemption Island. But
yeah. And
Abigail had
then,
that one moment, where she was like, I think it's pretty clear what's going on. Saying you're doing
I think it's
anything.
pretty clear what's happening, and I'm not
It was
hungry.
hilarious. Yeah, she's an icon for that
It
one
was
moment.
hilarious, yeah.
Um, yeah, Juice and then Ethan. Sorry, I cut you off. Keep going.
Ethan got BHGs. Ethan got BHG'd.
Oh yeah, yeah. BHG was so dead in the water, but Ethan was pissing everyone off, and so BHG made up that lie that this lie to like an alliance of people that decided to flip on Ethan, and we're like, you know what, let's just get him out now. And so Ethan won, and it
Yeah,
was hilarious. And that was the rise of the BHG villain arc. So
yep. Then Tyson and then Hunt and got eliminated because
Eli,
they were not Eli, yeah. And
yeah,
then
Eli just had a
Tyson
hard
got
on to get him out
eliminated.
for some reason.
And then Tyson was eliminated because he was the odd one out. And then I think he was
So,
against Coda. Then Coda got eliminated in 15th and was against
yeah,
Ron.
yeah, Kodo was definitely
And
swap
Coda was the
screwed.
one to beat. Yeah, he was swap
Yeah.
screwed and he was with people that just didn't like him. And then he beat Ron, and then he beat Benji and Chaco, who were eliminated in the double greed.
hmm And during all of this, Penguin ends up going on an immunity streak the whole swap, which, had they gone to
Yeah.
tribal, there was a question about Zoe, and I know Zoe is a bit redacted, but we're going to talk about her. She,
It
she
was
was
mainly
like,
between Net and BHG because I think Zoe would win.
yeah, she ingratiated herself, but like she was on paper like swap screwed, like the only one from
Yeah.
North Pole, which is
Her
South Pole
tribe, yeah.
people. But she got them all to trust
Right.
her, which was good on her. So
Yeah. Um, and so it merged, which we kind of had an issue of a Redemption Island person.
yeah, because Choco quit, and then it was between Benji and Coda was a beast, so he won his way back in.
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh, and
Then
at the Benji
Duolingo
tribe.
quit because it was on him. He was the clear target, which I will be honest, no offense to Duolingo, but
hmm
if I was not in the hospital at the time of Duolingo's quit, he would not be on jury. I don't appreciate people who
Yeah.
quit when they don't get their way.
Yeah, Ollie definitely, he was trying to keep tensions calm, I'm sure, but yeah, it was not fun to see Duolingo just quit like that and give up. Like, I'm of the belief that, if you're playing one of these orgs, like, even if everything goes wrong for you, like, in the spirit of the game, you should still keep fighting on to the last minute that you're there, so
Yeah,
it's to see
yeah,
that.
because I remember you talking to me about that when Cephal Season 6 was going on.
Yeah. Um, Also, I just want to quickly go back to the Benji vote quickly.
Yeah,
Because him, Eli, and Memo were tied allies from North Pole, but it was the three
from
of
North
them and
Pole,
Duolingo won
3 of
the
them in
immunity.
Duolingo, yeah, and Duolingo took Reed.
Yep.
And Benji was hoping that they would
Memo
flip
was
with
side.
them. Memo would side with them, but he sided with Eli, which led to Benji going, Rob
Yeah,
died. Rob.
he played an extra vote actually to get the numbers with Eli to take out Benji, which
Yeah.
was a big move on Memo's part.
Yeah. But he did
Uh,
get his redemption in season 11, so
yeah, and we'll talk about him again, but
yeah. In 2
we
seasons. And then next we had
um
Eli who quit as well because he was being told what he was doing was wrong and he didn't like that.
yeah, it was not a good situation. Like, Eli was
Yeah,
being
it was.
he was very young, so I do think you need to give him some grace. But he was just
I
being very
just think
toxic to
the
people.
toxicity in general just made me not enjoy season 9.
Yeah, this was really where everything kind of soured with the season. Like at this point,
Yeah,
and you guys decided not to do Redemption Island for the second half because of this.
right.
So
Yeah. And so Andrew was voted out.
yeah, Andrew was another big one. He was one of the few people from North Pole willing to flip and work with South Pole people, but the South Pole people were of the belief that people like Zoe and Memo would work with them when really they were more tight with each other. So
Yeah. So they just didn't believe him.
yeah, and Andrew was, as a traitor, was just voted out pretty much by them.
Yeah. And Coda was then voted out
Yeah,
because of how
Coda,
people just
he won
weren't really
immunity.
fans of. He was just a threat that people wanted to get rid of, and plus their opinions on him.
Yeah, and Coda definitely got into some fights with like Memo and Dom, just definitely who he really hated that season. So
Yeah. And then,
uh,
oh, this is fun. This is fun. The idol out.
oh, Mason.
Mason
um,
got idled out because Memo decided to use his idol on BHG.
yes, finally the they were all like, let's get this guy BHG out. What is he doing still sticking around? But Mamo decided to
And then
put his hand on the
Mason
wheel of
out.
fate. Yeah.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, because Mason was really the head of the South Pole people at that point. And
Yeah. And then BHG ended up getting taken out the next vote.
yeah, it's only for BHG to just go out unanimously, or pretty unanimously. Um,
And then Net went out.
yeah, Net did not want to be there. He was
Net,
just. Yeah.
he was just tired of the game, but he was funny
He was like,
at
he was
times.
begging people to vote him out, like, let me go.
Poor Net.
Yeah.
He won Class Clown though.
And then poor Shep. Oh my god.
Poor Shep, he just got screwed over big time.
Yeah, like I think at that point the numbers were too small and Memo was like, he's a threat to me, I gotta get him out. So and
Yeah,
Shep's an amazing guy. Like, I played with him in season 10. He's really, a fun guy to be around.
he's really sweet. Yeah. And then Jake got voted out because Memo, Zoe, and Dom were all in an alliance.
Yep, and they had a very from literally the beginning of merch, those three were just like locked in with each other, and Jake was just the one that had survived with them up to that point, so he went
Yeah.
naturally. And then
And
that final
final tribal
tribal,
council was hell. It was
yeah,
hell. Too much
lots,
arguing.
so much arguing. Nobody liked each other. The jury was pretty divided
Andrew.
though between Memo and Zoe. So
Yeah, and then Memo ended up winning.
yeah, because I think he won every immunity, but that's literally all he could really talk about.
That's literally all he did was win immunities.
Yeah, and Zoe played a really good social game.
Yeah.
Ultimately, later on, Zoe would be kind of a redacted figure in the York community because of who she
Yeah,
was.
because the stuff that she did.
Yeah, we all know what happened there. If you know, you know. But
Yeah,
um,
if you know, you know, but it's not our
but
place to talk about it, but
yeah. Either way, respect to her for playing the game she played. But and then
yeah.
Memo just had an iron grip on this season. He really
Yeah.
crushed it, against everyone.
Season 10 now. Your other season.
Yep. Heroes versus villains. First all returnee season.
First our returning season, yep. And this is where the villains lost, and it was an old rivalry came back. The Mason versus BHG one.
Yes, old habits die hard, I guess. But
Then
yeah, no love
BHG
lost there.
lost.
Yeah, because Mason was going around doing a lot of things allegedly. I can't remember the exact details of this one because there was a lot going on. But Mason
Yeah.
just got his name thrown out there because he was going between certain groups of people and just got caught doing so. But then it kind of came out that BHG was the person that leaked that, and then that got flipped onto BHG.
Yeah. And Hunt got voted out because he was on vacation. He was at a Twitch conference, I think.
Yeah, I was hoping to see Hunt get some redemption. It was really sad to see he got voted out like right away, but you got to be active and you got to be quick to get in alliances with people, and he just couldn't do that, unfortunately. So
Yeah, no fault of his own, but
yeah, maybe he'll get some redemption in the future. We'll see, but
we'll see, yeah. And then we have Brett.
oh man, that's another one. That's a sad one.
Yeah, he tried, but other people were just not vibing with him, and he just ended up being the one voted out.
Yeah, only season one rep that season, so it was sad to see.
Yeah, it just sucked because we didn't have any season 2 people, but that changed the next season.
Yeah, for sure. There was a concerted effort
And then
there.
and then Storm got voted out next.
Yeah, 8-1 there by the heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people
And then we
thought Storm was
swapped.
leading stuff, and he just wasn't, and they all flipped on him.
Yeah.
So,
And
and
then
then
we swapped into Ollie and Nicole backwards.
I'm sure you guys
I
love
mean,
that.
it was scrambled.
Ilali
Ollie and
and
Nicole scrambled.
Licone, yeah.
Lacone, yeah. Yep, and
Cooper
then
probably tried to
Cooper
revive
got
the Chaos contest, I think, here. And it did not go as well as her first season. But
they were not, they were just over it, so Cooper ended up being voted out.
yeah,
Then
and there
Patrick
was
got voted out. And then
yeah,
Rachel got voted out after Toon took Greed.
yeah. I think Rachel kind of got screwed by Toon taking Greed there, and I wanted to kind of get her away from get Ainsley and Shep away from her. So
Yeah.
that was my reason, but everyone had reasons there.
Then Frost was the boot.
Yep, unanimous frost boot, which sucked for him.
And then y'all got Chaos Queen Appley out.
Oh my god. Okay, this was wild. I need to talk about this a second. So, the vote was
You got the floor.
there was like this Chaos Queens group that Ovely and Ryan were leading, with like Mason, Yume, Allison, Defiant was in there. Kylie was associated because she was tight with Ovely from early on. And Toon was in there because like the season 7 people were really stuck together, especially after we got Rachel out, which was part of the reason why we got Rachel out because they were all still in the game. And anyways, that group was it was very clear that it was me, Shep, and Jiv were at the bottom, and Ainsley was, she was trying to make inroads with that majority, but we kind of begged her not to, basically, and to stay with us. So, she fed us information while Shep had that 50-50 coin, and Jiv had his idol. So, Jiv played his idol on himself, canceling all the votes against him. Shep played his 50-50 coin on me, which we got the information from Ainsley to nullify all the votes on me, which luckily it ended up unsafe. And then so we all decided to break that alliance apart by for Audley, and she went. So yeah, it was a good round.
That was a very huge move right there. And then Toon got eliminated too because y'all were just starting to get the majority.
Yeah, Toon. I can't remember our reasoning why we went for specifically Toon. I think because we knew he had an idol from the auction, so we couldn't go for him, and we had flipped Yume and Allison pretty much to work with us and get the majority, and it was just one of the few people left over, and so our winner's pact didn't last very long, unfortunately, but he tried to vote me out first, so that's all I'll say on that, but
yeah. And then Shep got eliminated.
Yeah, I felt bad about this because, Ainsley had
Wasn't this when you and Ainsley took off from Tribal?
Yeah, we had the numbers technically at this point, but Ainsley was just going through a lot at that point, and it was just so many Tribals back to back to back without a break that we were just, like, exhausted, so we were like, you want to just, like, get out of here? Like, yeah, let's get out of here. And I think we knew we were screwing Shep over there, and which is why I feel, like, horrible. Like, Shep didn't deserve that, but
yeah,
he was screwed because, then the other side had numbers to take a shot at him and Jiv, and Jiv was immune, so Shep won.
Yeah. And then Kylie was voted out.
Yeah, this was a big push by me and Ainsley. We just did not. I can't remember the exact reasoning, but Kylie was just essentially like this free agent that we couldn't really get any sort of control over. So we really pushed to get it flipped onto her by building an alliance with Jiv and Mason, and that became a 4, and we got her out there. And Ryan misplayed his idol, so.
And Allison quit.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
Yeah.
For Allison.
Yeah, it sucks when people have to quit, but it's understandable.
Yeah.
She was going through a lot, I think it was.
This Ryan vote was pretty wild. I don't know if you want to talk about anything going forward.
I don't remember much about the Ryan vote.
All I remember is we kind of kept going back, like, do we get out Mason here? Do we get out Ryan? Do we, because we knew Mason and Jiv were probably going to turn on us eventually, but, like, at the same time, we were scared of Ryan and his relationship with Defiant and Yume at that point, and we wanted to break up the 3, so Ainsley and I stuck to Jiv and Mason, and that would end up being our downfall at the next vote, which we can talk about. But,
I am like so excited to talk about the next vote.
oh no. My shame. Okay, let's talk about it.
So it was between Ainsley and Defiant, and by then, from what I remember, you didn't want to hurt Ainsley like you did in season 5, so you wanted to lay down the sword for her and just stick by her.
Yeah, I wanted to make it up to her because, that when I voted her out at Final Four in season 5, like, that really crushed me, and, she still voted for me and everything, so I wanted to repay her for everything.
Yeah. And that led to you being rocked out because you stuck by. It was tied between Ainsley and Defiant. And then the vote tied again between Ainsley and Defiant. So I think it was you and Jiv that were the only ones vulnerable, or somebody else was too.
It was me, Jiv, and Yume drawing rocks,
Yeah,
and it was like a best
and you
2 out
ended
of
up being
3
the
with the
one.
chat bot. Yeah, so I got rocked out.
Yeah.
Oh well, I still won, so I'm at peace with how it went for me. So
Yeah, you
I'm
still
pretty
won.
happy.
At least you were a winner who played a very strong game coming back, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, but yeah, the jury was not happy with me going in there, and definitely weren't happy with Ainsley. So,
Yeah, they weren't. Yeah. And
but
everybody
and
was
there was
rooting, and then Defiant decided it was a good idea to give away immunity.
yes, the one person everyone was unanimously like, we are rooting for Defiant, and then he just pulls an Eric Reichenbach and gives Yume immunity.
That's so funny.
And the
He
three
didn't
of
know
them,
that people,
Mason,
he
Chip, and
just
Jay.
didn't know that they were rooting for him.
Yeah, I think he was of the belief that he had not played a winning game, and so he was like, whatever, screw it. And then once he got to jury, he was like, oh, I fucked up. We love you, Defiant.
Yeah. And then Ainsley ended up in fourth again after losing immunity.
Yeah, robbed Goddess,
Yeah.
but on Mason,
We had to
he, yeah,
keep her away from the jury chat because people were just shit talking her.
yeah, and the allegations and stuff, yeah, that was a bummer to see,
Yeah.
but yeah,
And
final
then
tribal
final
council.
tribal council. You may got a vote, so I'm happy that nobody was a 0 vote finalist.
Yeah,
And
thanks,
then
Kylie,
Mason
for making
won.
that. Yeah. Mason, he just had the jury support. Like, it didn't matter how well or not well his game went. Avali,
He was just the
Ryan,
next
Toon.
person. He
Yeah,
was
like
just
there
the
was a.
next person after Defiant. Once Defiant got out, Mason was the one they wanted to root for.
Yeah, I think the jury was split because some of us really respected Jiv's game and like saw it as like just stronger gameplay, but Mason, like people were very close to Mason. Like Avali
Yeah.
and Ryan specifically were really pushing to that he should win, and so Mason pulled it out. And he was very chaotic game, but he definitely earned his win.
Yeah. Alright, so we got for the first era. Woohoo!
Finally, only like
Finally.
7 more to go. Uh,
Okay, let's talk about season
we're
11
we're we're
now.
yeah, we're almost there, Forrest. We can
Uh,
crunch this out.
I'm trying.
Um.
Okay, so it was based on my favorite band at the time, which has since changed.
Oh, really? What
Uh,
is it now? Bring Me the Horizon, or?
Memphis Mayfire.
uh. Okay, I guess we know what a future season's gonna be now. But yeah.
Alright.
Dark Divine.
I'm still banking on that Good Girls Guide to Murder season.
Well, we have plenty of newbie seasons coming up that we have to have themes for, so we'll talk about, what's coming up in the future in time.
Yeah. Alright, so Bayuka, that was an easy boot, but she was fighting, so we appreciate fighting to stay.
Yeah, and Benji, JR, and Wrath had formed a 3-person alliance that persisted throughout the game, so that alliance kind of
Yeah.
decided like an easy vote. Yeah.
And Ushi, definitely the document made a difference.
Yeah, he built that document, kind of screwed him over, but it also kind of put doubt in people's heads all season, which was
Yeah, that
hilarious.
document was a curse. And it just went
And
from person to person.
yeah, I feel really bad for Ushi. Like, he was really excited to play, but maybe he'll,
Yeah.
again, another person who might get redemption, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. And then Zohan, he quit, and that was probably because people were just being mean to him.
Hmm. Yeah, I
Like,
think they were being mean
Blaze,
to him, but it was like in a game way, not like a
it
personal
was in a
way.
game, it wasn't personal, but I guess sometimes
He
people
couldn't,
can't.
they can't handle that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair that he quit because it's fair that he quit.
Hmm.
People have their own ways of how they can handle playing a game, and sometimes you can't handle it the right way. It just really depends on how you are at that state of the game.
Yeah, for sure.
And then Luna was eliminated because she tried to
Yeah.
go to Halloween Town, but if somebody else got to it, I think it was Dennis.
It was Luna and Lime between them. This
And
was just
Lime
that
went.
they had just swapped, so the tribe dynamics kind
Yeah,
of came into play with this.
yeah. And so Lime went, and then, wait, didn't go with Dakota?
Yeah, Lime and Dakota went, and Dakota won an idol at Exile, which is Halloween Town.
Yeah.
So
Um, it was, I think it was Dennis who went last time, who went at the time of the Luna boot, which led to Luna going. Because they also wanted to go for Archer.
yeah, Dennis was he was hot. He was definitely a hot, I think, in terms of like he was building things up, and I think people noticed that he was, and they took him out when they had the
Yeah.
chance. So
Yeah, so he went out the next vote. And then Archer went out. His chances were running out, and then eventually they did run out.
yeah, like his allies turned on him the previous vote to try to get him out, but the people that he wasn't aligned with voted out Dennis first, and then they just were like, you know what, we don't need Archer either, so we'll boot him.
Yeah. And so Alice struck out and Waylon quit, so it was pretty
Yeah, both of
competition
those were
between the
set.
Reaper and Paper Crown for worst tribe.
Yeah, I think Paper Crown definitely takes it just because Reaper at least got some
Yeah,
wins, but or Paper Crown, but
yeah. Terrifier in the Minecraft fake literally made an example out of rules for that challenge now.
mm-hmm.
Cause I don't know
Yeah,
why I don't know why I allowed Terrifier to do that, but that literally structured how the challenge works in the future. So thanks, Terrifier.
yeah.
You made you made something work in a way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
and then
then Lime
we
was,
merged.
yep, Lime was the merge boot,
Yeah,
matching for season
there
4
was
placement.
yeah, this vote was kind of it was very spread out. Fred decided to block AI's vote for some random reason. I can't remember why, but um,
He was not getting along with AI.
mhm. um, yeah, but Lime was a pretty consensus boot for most people just because of a lack
Yeah.
of activity and stuff like that.
And then Blood was causing chaos, which ended up with him being the boot, which we ended up finding out that he was cheating. He had an ult in the server.
Yeah, if someone came to us with concrete information that he had done this in other places, and then we looked up and we found out he had his alt in our server along with his own account, so we booted him from
Yeah.
jury, which was disappointing to see. Blood, you should know better, but
Yeah. And that's how, as soon as I saw that Blaze's idol was leaked, I knew something was up.
mm-hmm. But yeah, that would definitely have an effect because the next boot, people tried to take a shot at Dakota, and Dakota had an idol that
Dakota
she played
idol.
on. Yep, and then Dante, I
And
think he
then,
got AI played an idol on Dante.
yeah, it was a public idol.
Yeah, so that nullified the two bigger votes, and it just led to a 1-1 tie with Ellie and Shokura.
Yeah, because AI voted Shakura and JR voted Ellie,
Mm-hmm.
which led to Ellie going on the revote because people were connected more with Shakura, which we all know is Constance now.
Yep, Constance. I feel bad for Ellie. They kind of get screwed over quite a bit, but I think they also need to know how to like
Yeah, I
build
think the
stronger
issue.
alliances more quickly. I guess if that's it.
Yeah, and then I could see the issue because they were at work and they couldn't defend themselves because
Yeah,
the
that too.
revote's in
Like
2 hours.
it was bad timing, but yeah.
Yeah, you just gotta make stronger connections with people, and then AI went after
Yeah,
people
AI's
powering Benji instead of himself.
yes. He had an easy out there and he just got the whole thing flipped on himself by doing that. Which was hilarious and I
It,
loved it. Like AI, that was amazing
yeah,
entertainment, but not the
yeah.
best gameplay.
And then JR got idled out.
hmm Dakota was given an idol by Blaze, who she had just formed an alliance with him and or them and
Yeah, Blaze goes
him.
by he,
Okay.
they now.
Okay, yeah. I can't remember what Blaze's pronouns were,
Yeah, Blaze
obviously.
was
So.
solely they them at the time, but he goes by he they now.
Yeah, so Blaze and Shakora, who were tight together, they decided to work with Dakota, who was on the outs, and gave her
Yeah,
Blaze's idol to punt, as Blaze said it, punt
punch
JR to the
JR
sun.
to the sun.
I love Blaze.
Blaze is iconic.
Yeah. But
And
that
then
broke up.
Raph went. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that
broke up the
alliance.
Drown trio.
Yep.
And
And then
then Raph went.
yeah, I love Wrath. I think him and Dakota just personality wise were not clicking with each other, and that led to Wrath going
Yeah,
there. But Wrath, I know he's a good player, like from One Dorks and stuff. So
yeah. And then
yeah, so I
Constance went because Blaze flipped on her
yep. She was so close
and
to
tried to
getting the
blame
idol
it
that
on
we
Fred.
planted. Yeah,
Yeah.
but Taylor just beat her by seconds and got the idol, and so Taylor used had the idol and Shokura. They all flipped on her and Dakota, and so.
Yeah.
It was smart of
And
Blaze,
then
like, at some point to do it, but it was sad to see.
it was sad to see, yeah. And then Taylor won his first immunity, which led to Benji going.
Mm-hmm. Benji,
And then Taylor won again.
yep. Benji got his redemption. Blaze really got redemption, but just
Yeah.
got clipped at the very end there.
Yep. They just needed to win one immunity, and yeah, it didn't happen.
Yeah, and Taylor played a very middling game all season. I think he didn't go to a single tribal pre-merge, which was very lucky for him. But after that, his positioning was just perfect all season, so he earned his win for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Season 12, woohoo!
Woo! You have some favorites in this cast, I think, right?
Yeah, there's some of them. Well, not the first one because they quit and didn't even and just
Yeah.
just agreed to the cast letter and quit after the 24 hours was up.
Yeah,
So we
Xander
couldn't
quit,
replace
and
them.
we did replace them though. BC.
No, we replaced someone. BC replaced Karm, who left the server.
Oh yes, Karm before that, yeah.
But Xander had left after the 24 hours, so we couldn't put anybody in the Brains tribe
Mm-hmm.
to
This is
replace him.
the second Brain versus Brawn versus Beauty, New Amsterdam. But,
Yeah. And then Rolled just got messy.
Yeah, Roll.
When the vote was
What did he
originally
do?
supposed to be Maverick.
Yeah, Maverick was super inactive early on, but they all got really close with him last minute and flipped it onto Rolled, right?
Yeah. And then the joint tribal.
Yeah, BC got messy here.
BC led the Pandora vote.
Yeah, I mean, I do wish Pandora was more active, like, throughout the season, but in saying that, I think she also could have been a good character, too, so it was sad to see.
Yeah. It was sad to see. And then BC kind of got karma.
Yeah, they
Because Reese
swapped,
decided.
And then Reese decided to flip the whole script and work with the people that would have been on the bottom and targeted BC.
Yeah. Then Store went, which was because of inactivity. Mm-hmm. And then Reese went because they just turned the tables on him.
Yeah, there was lots of power shifts on this this tribe that kept losing. Like, it was
Lauren Bloom, it was close for Lauren Bloom and Nurse Casey for worst tribe, but we just went with the one that was decimated early on.
Yeah, they did not.
There was only one person left. The only person that was left from Nurse Casey by the end game was Ace.
Yeah, that's saying something about Lauren Bloom.
It was that's saying something about Nurse Casey.
Reese coming back for his fourth time or fifth time. Yeah, that was a bummer to see.
Yeah, and then Zoltan was voted out because Ace decided to take greed. And that's where he got his first strike, I think. Or was it Zoltan, second strike?
Well, that was his first strike, I think. And then also Eggy and Zoltan voted for Sean, but Sean and Luther and Maverick all got together and voted Zoltan.
Yeah. And then at merge, which we never do a 14-person merge again, that was a bad decision on my part, but we moved.
I mean, it wasn't the worst thing, but yeah, it was definitely a bit much too.
So Peter was automatically the boot because he refused to connect with people.
Yeah, Peter was funny just because he literally just signed up to play a Survivor org, but he didn't like the small talk, and dude, that's so important to do, because if you're not doing that, you're already on the bottom. So.
True, you gotta be careful with that.
Iconic merge boot, but yeah.
Yeah. Who are I don't know, Callum went off.
Oh, sorry.
Callum was just a simple boot too.
Yeah, he had an idle nullifier that
he
passed to. Yeah, he had an idle nullifier that he passed to Eggy, saying he should use it on Essence. Actually, at this point, before getting booted.
Yeah. And then Eggy went out with the nullifier.
Yeah, which was wild and good on Essence for not letting that stay in the game, even though she didn't know about it.
And then the revote.
Poor Guy.
Yeah, I felt bad for him.
Yeah, Ace, no one thought Ace had that idol, but he nullified 9 votes against him, and it was only one tie between Ace, Guy and Luther.
And Guy.
Yeah, and because of that, it split the majority alliance in half pretty much, because some people were more loyal to one or the other, and Guy went.
Yeah. It was a close revote, so. And then he did have some suggestions for us, so I appreciate that.
Yeah. I hope Guy would like to play again one day, but I couldn't blame him if he doesn't, so.
Yeah, same. Carson was booted because Tyler wasn't even in trouble, and he stayed without power.
Yeah, Tyler screwed Carson over big time there, but good on Luther and Fawn for taking advantage there, I think. Maverick.
Yeah, and then Katie was voted out unanimously.
Yeah, Katie and Essence were beefing, the two girls, and
the two girls were beefing. Yeah,
so it was just an easy Katie boot at that point.
Then Tyler quit, which I hope he's okay now.
Yeah, Tyler seems he's active in our server still, which is appreciated, and like he's one of the
That's
few
good.
quits. He's one of the few quits that I like understood. Like there's no
Yeah, same.
hate for that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know he was struggling a lot with something that happened in his real life, so.
Yeah. Part of being in an org when stuff happens. So.
Yeah. So it's understandable.
Mm-hmm.
And Lufer, he did the same thing AI did last season.
Yeah, Luther was a big villain this season. Like, he was taking names, flipping on people, cutting throats. Like, he and
Yep.
Essence, their relationship completely broke down, which is what led to when he decided to safety without power. Essence, she had already passed one of her idols over to Andrew, who nullified all the votes for him, and Luther went instead. So,
Yeah.
yeah, bad move, but, great player, for sure.
Yep. And then Sean went out, and then Harry, our little survivalist.
Yeah, his name was getting chucked around all over the place, and I think it was because he was always at the bottom of his alliances, and he wasn't doing enough to get out of that position, so.
Yeah. Andrew, after Essence, it was going to be either Essence or Andrew, depending on who won immunity.
Yeah, and Essence had been crushing it in the immunities, like, all season.
Yeah.
Had 2 idols, like, she had everything, and so.
Yeah.
Andrew was, like, a very strategic person, but, I think she recognized that he was a threat to win, and.
Yeah,
it was a 2-on-1
just
vote,
took
which
him out.
was. Yeah, I think this is one of the only 2-on-1 votes we've had at Final Four, which is wild.
Yeah. And then people were bitter towards Essence, but eventually she won.
Yeah, they were better at her for a long time, but they came around to it. Ace got quite a few votes by surprising people this season, I think.
And Maverick.
Yeah, Maverick played a very stable game throughout. Like, he was never a huge target. He didn't piss anyone off. Like, it was a very split vote with all 3, so.
Yeah. Season 13. Oh boy.
Your games.
It was a crazy season. But, so we had Ashley and Croco. Like, Ashley left the server and Croco got pulled because of inactivity. So we brought Edan and Burnix in. Then it was Cottage, and I think Scrub was Cottage's vote.
Yeah, Scrub because of inactivity, but Cottage just wasn't building those bonds, and she was an easy vote at the start.
Yeah. And then Ainsley used the bow on Emily, which I think it was Ainsley and FD that voted Emily.
Well, actually, it was.
No, it wasn't FD. It was just Ainsley.
Yeah,
because
Ainsley
the rules of the bow
race.
was like she had to get everybody else to vote her in order for it to work.
Yep.
So she got everybody else to vote, even though she let FD in on the plan.
Yeah, and
he was just voting her just for it to work.
Yeah, and poor Emily, like she was playing so well at the start. Like she had a majority alliance. She was like, she had close allies who didn't want to vote her out, and she was just a very clear glue to that alliance. I think in Ainsley's eyes, and so she took her shot at Emily because of that.
Right.
But Emily.
Then McBurn went.
Yeah, redemption for Emily. Yeah,
McBurn. And then McBurn went because of inactivity, which made Adachi a little bit upset.
Mm-hmm. Adachi was pissed at the Malarks.
Yeah. And then Manny went at the swap, and so did Vernix. And then this was where FD was not having it. As soon as his partner went, he was not having it.
Yeah, and the funny thing is at this Mateo vote, Ainsley wanted to vote Mateo out.
Ainsley wanted to vote Mateo because she wasn't close to him, but
but FD
she wanted to follow FD.
Yeah, so she went off a cliff with him to try to save Mateo. to get Trevor out instead, but Instinct, who was like a power player at this point and had like, saw what happened with Emily, was like, yeah, FD and Ainsley, I don't trust these fools. Like, let's get Mateo out and deal with them later. Yeah.
And that led to Instinct's downfall the next round.
Yeah, when they swapped, which took away his numbers, which sucked. His poor Instinct.
And FD was like telling everybody everything.
Yes, he was spilling all of Instinct's like gameplay and plans to everyone.
Trying to get Instinct or Haley out, and it actually worked.
Yeah, it was supposed to be Haley initially, but because one person flipped their vote onto Instinct, I think it was Owen or something.
Yeah.
It went to be Instinct.
I mean, he still got one of his ops out, but Haley was saved.
Yeah,
and that gave her a chance to mutiny.
Yeah, the mutiny. Her and Ainsley ended up switching tribes, and Ainsley got to reunite with Owen. She got to reunite with Red, and kind of ducked out of danger.
Yep. Then Myth got 2 strikes.
Yes, Myth. He got strikes, but like he was still active enough to like vote and stuff.
He was still active to vote. Yeah, so Myth got voted out. Then Edan got voted out of the other tribe.
Yeah, Eden, very active person. I think he was just screwed by the numbers there, and Haley coming over didn't help him at all. So.
Yeah. And then Rin was voted out, even though Owen wanted to vote FD.
Mm-hmm.
Ainsley talked him out of it.
Yeah. Ainsley was doing overwork for sure.
Yeah. And then Scrub got eliminated after Ava took Greed.
Yeah, and no one was taking Greed for so long that Ava was just like, fuck it, I'll take it. And, and Scrub was just the easy vote there, unfortunately.
Yeah. Then Haley was merge boot.
Yeah, Haley just did not realize how evenly split the alliances were, I think, and she just, she was the easy boot because she had just gotten away with stuff for so long, so.
Yeah, and then after that, people started realizing that FD's chaos is just not something we want to deal with.
Yeah, even Ainsley.
So they voted Ainsley and Alexia.
Yeah.
And they decided it's best to vote FD out.
Mm-hmm.
Which upset FD.
Yeah, that really, I think that was the start of Ainsley's not, like, great jury management there.
Yeah.
That, FD was a person that would take something like that really hard, so.
Yeah. And then Red was voted out. And then...
Yeah, Ainsley stole, Owen had gotten this double vote blocker, which he gave to Ainsley, that she then sussed out that Owen was being targeted, and she used that to to cancel 2 votes, and Red went instead.
And that led to Red going. And then the demerge.
Yeah, this demerge was sad.
Rio was screwed by an idol, and Lex was screwed by Owen winning immunity.
Yeah, Rhea, she lost her Insty-Winsty very early on. That's what she called it.
Yeah, Insty-Winsty.
But that was really cute. Rhea was a fun character.
That's really sweet. Rhea was awesome. She was
she was just screwed over by Ainsley having the idol, and
she was just screwed over by Ainsley having the idol. If she didn't have the idol, she would have been fine.
Ainsley, say whatever you want, but like she has very good reads about like situations and reading people, so she figured out that she was targeted.
She figured out that they were going for her, so she decided to idol Rhea out.
Yeah.
Then Alexia went, then Ava went, and then Alexia.
Well, Lex, then Ava, then Alexia, yeah.
Yeah, Lex and Ava, but Lex got screwed over by Owen winning immunity.
Yeah, Lex really did. I really enjoyed having Lex and Alexia back, like as our first Blood versus Water, pair to come back for the second one, so it was fun to see them.
Yep.
But
And
yeah,
then Traver.
at this point, Adachi had really attached himself to Ainsley and Owen because he was like, if I can't beat them, I'm just going to join them. And,
Yeah, Dachi had a
all,
really good plan.
yeah, and his allies were all getting voted out, so it was a lot of people on the jury that were pro Adachi, which I think is what people underestimated. Like
About Adachi.
Rhea and Haley and FD, who had just been burned by Ainsley and stuff like that, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, Trevor, Dan got out of this by the skin of his teeth, I think, this vote.
Yeah.
Because it
Yeah,
was a 3.
because Traver ended up being voted out because I forgot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so then they re-voted, and I think Ainsley was just like, you know what, we have to let Trevor go. Or no, she didn't. Owen was like that, and Ainsley stood by getting Dan out, but
Yeah.
Trevor went.
Right. So are we on the final four now?
We're on Final 5, but we can just zip through this if you want.
Yeah, so Dan was basically screwed because he had the best game out of everyone.
Yeah, he tried getting Adachi out, who I think he's sussed out as like a big jury threat, and he didn't want to go after Ainsley or Owen because it would just anger both of them. But
Yeah.
yeah, Owen had an idol anyway, so it wouldn't have. He used it on Adachi, and Dan went.
Yeah. And then I think Ainsley won final immunity, and it was Owen versus Carmella in fire making.
Yeah, because Carmella was able to finally get Adachi to pull away from them. I think this was just a move by Adachi to get Carmella's, vote in case she went to jury.
Yeah. Right.
It led to
But good
firing
move on
Owen.
Adachi's part.
Yeah, he played the social game really well.
He played the social and strategic game like really well.
Yeah, which is kind of what led to Final Tribal with
With Final
close.
Tribal with him winning. He had
Yep.
closer bonds with the people that were like voted out early.
Yeah, and I think
Whereas
some
Ainsley and
people.
Owen didn't have those bonds, and then Ainsley and Owen were at work, so they couldn't really respond as much as Adachi could.
Yeah, they didn't have
So,
enough time, and also, I think people felt a certain way about all the advantages and idols that they had
yeah, and
found
they just
together.
felt like that was all what their game was, but yeah,
Yeah,
but congrats to Adachi, you played a really good game.
yeah, Adachi crushed it. Um,
Yeah, you were the underdog that like literally nobody saw coming, and that's really awesome.
mhm. 14.
14.
Laos Battle of the Orcs 2.
No tactic work this time.
Nope. No
We had a whole bunch of
tactic
different.
org, but we had some very fun orgs this season playing.
Yeah, so we have them listed on the placements anyways. Visuorgs, Twistviver, Wondorgs, One Piece Survivor, Cephalorgs,
Mm-hmm.
Chuntviver, and Blazeviver.
Yep.
Poor Chuntviver.
Yeah, Chunt Fiber didn't stand a chance, and we'll get into that, but yeah.
Well, the first two boots for Blazeviver, and that was like inactivity.
Yeah. Let me just
And
quickly
then
send you
like,
the voting chart, but yeah, keep talking.
alright, yeah.
If I can find it.
I don't know where the voting chart is.
No,
Oh wait,
I'm
you had the
sending
voting
it to
chart.
you. I have them. I just haven't updated the archives. Check back for that soon, spectators. But I'm working
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah, we'll get it.
Where are you? No, not you.
My
I have
freaking
too.
accent
I
is
have
terrible.
I have too many photos of related Florivivor related stuff in my phone. I need to organize this
You
better.
need to update the archives.
I do. I literally almost have 13 done. I just have been stalling and being lazy. So, um,
Yeah.
it's somewhere around here. Is that it? Okay, well, I'll send you whatever voting charts I have of the seasons we haven't covered, so you can follow along. But yeah, 14. Just want to keep going with the start of it.
Okay, where am I? I've got to go back to season placements. Because that's what I'm literally following the boot order under season placements.
Yeah, sorry, it's taking a minute to find all these.
And then Mystic Org, that was another Cody, that was another inactive boot. A lot of these
Yeah,
were like basically due to inactivity, like Artemis
yeah,
in a
there.
way, Riley originally.
Yeah, Riley. Okay, we can talk a bit about the Riley boot because she really fought like so hard to not get
She
booted
fought so
there.
hard to stay in that and then just ended up failing.
Yeah, like there was like people that were willing to ride for her, but like they weren't able to commit 100% to like standing up and being like, no, we're not voting Riley out. Like
Yeah.
so, so yeah, and I think who was it? I think it was like maybe Chim. No, Chim wasn't on that tribe. There were some people on that tribe
Mateo
that they
Mateo
Mateo.
was the main one fighting for Riley.
Yeah, him and Bing was like half willing, but not completely because he had alliances
Yeah.
that he didn't want to burn. So,
Yeah.
um,
But yeah, it was a really crazy tribal and it just ended up with Riley
yeah,
going.
yeah, 5-5, and then people flipped on her on the revote, and yeah, it
Yep.
sucked. And she had lots of
But she
issues with her
returned.
school too. Yeah, she would
Yeah.
return. Um, Jesus, why can't I
Alright.
find these things?
And then
There we go.
Artemis was
There's the voting chart.
alright, let me go find it. Alright, here we go.
Yes, Artemis. 8-1 vote for Artemis. And Storm.
Yeah.
Riley was the first of the next few boots to get, sequestered into the Avernus, right?
Yeah, it was Riley, Jay, Maddie, and Mateo, and Riley was the only one to complete it.
Yeah, Jay and Maddie, they were both kind of just at the bottom of their other tribe. Chim was saving Sean so much, like those first
Yeah.
few votes, like in the pre-merge,
On
just because.
Forrester Dam.
Yeah, he felt like he connected with Sean and he could use him, so he was able to convince like the whole tribe pretty much to not go after Sean, go after the others instead.
Yeah.
And then Mateo walked, which was sad.
Yeah, that was sad. What was the
And
other tribe? The P tribe. I forgot that name already. I know the T was Thongloon. I forgot what the other one was. I think it was the vice president or something like that.
yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, those tribes. Can't quite remember, but we did end up swapping a second time after Mateo
Yeah.
walked, and this led
Yeah,
to
and then it was,
some chaos with a disaster tribe.
yeah, Forest Amsterdam.
R.I.P. Forest Amsterdam, but we got some good boots out of them. Sean was again going to be a big target, but from Random and Bobber, but literally all the other four got together and were like, "So Random, yeah, Random," and Random went.
Yeah.
And then Bobber was kind of inactive and self-voted, and it was a unanimous boot for him.
Yeah. And then the Storm boot.
Yeah, this was. I mean, it
I
was
was
fun
sitting
to
in
watch.
Jim's VC. Like, we were just
So was
sitting in Jim's VC, just like listening to the entire plan.
Yeah, we were literally listening in real time as Billy was pitching to Chim. We need to flip this on Storm. I don't trust him. I feel like we can use Sean. Like, and it was so sad. Storm deserved better, but like,
Yeah.
but I think there were things being talked about between the three of them that just got misconstrued, and it just led to a lack of trust with Storm, and yeah, and
Yeah.
also Chim wanted
And
to keep Sean. Yeah.
yeah. So Ova walked after
Yeah,
JT took Green.
yeah, I'm just gonna say this just because he's not in the org community anymore. Fuck Ova. Like,
He just kept talking
dude,
shit about Florivivor because he didn't get his way in Visual. I'm just like, you've
yeah,
got to be kidding me.
yeah. So much of the controversy of our org stems from stuff that Ova overblew, and he literally walked from the season. So I don't know what he's
Yeah.
upset about, but
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you just can't bring an org into stuff when you don't get your way.
yeah, like, we do our best. We're not perfect. We make mistakes, but we try to keep everything as fair as possible. And it sucks when someone does that.
Yeah. All right. And merge with JT being voted out.
JT made an alliance with all but one person he was targeting, I think, and much like Vanilla in season 8, and
It didn't work out.
it didn't work out. No one trusted JT. They didn't want to work with him. He was done. He shot in the dark, but it was kind of a failed Hail Mary. So
Yeah. And then,
uh,
Billy being double idled out.
yeah, we'll be talking about Billy quite a lot in season 16, but
Yeah.
Billy. Billy was playing a very good game. He had blindsided a few people, Storm notably. Yeah, what happened here
Yeah.
that you remember?
Well, I think this was my last vote before I went to the hospital, but,
Mm-hmm.
as far as I know, they were double, it was a split vote and then they just, Kaden and Bing used idols, or Bing used the Love fruit, I think it was, and
Mm-hmm.
Kaden used an idol.
Yeah, the Love fruit
So,
we had like advantages from the previous orgs incorporated
from
into
previous
this
wars that
season,
we were in.
and that one
Yeah.
was from One Piece. Yeah, so but it was basically an idol, and Bing nullified all the votes against him, which prompted Caden to also play his own idol on himself, and uh,
Yeah.
Billy, the One Dorks group had all thrown their votes on Billy because I think they all knew he was playing them, and they all wanted to get him out because of that, and so Billy went.
Yeah. Alright, so I think from, Bianca to, Kaden is where I was in the hospital, so you're gonna have to talk about those ones.
Yeah, so the Bianca vote, it was a direct result of the previous Billy vote with the One Dorks group being one side plus Silk, who was close with Riley. So that foursome, and then there was Caden, who was kind of very chaotic, but in the middle of both groups, and then Chim, Khan, Bianca, and who was the fourth one? Sean.
Mac?
Chim had Mac as well. Yes, Mac was in there. Mac. It was basically the three Visu orgs people plus Sean, who was loyal to Chim, and also some loyalty from Derek V as well, I think, was in there. But basically, it was a very split sides with like one or two people floating in the middle doing whatever they wanted. Like Caden, who is, we all know, is a wild player and does what he wants, which mad respect for that. But it was a tied. It was basically between Silk and Bianca. It tied initially. Bianca had just played her idol previously at unnecessarily at the Billy vote. She didn't get any votes there, and so it was ironic that she ended up. So Chim actually gave sorry if this is going too long, but Jim gave Caden his steal a vote because Caden went to him and was like, hey, if you don't want Bianca to go home, give me your seal a vote. He took it, and then he voted Bianca out anyways, which ended up leading Bianca to go home by one vote, which sucked for Bianca, and Jim was fuming, but yeah, it was a wild round there. So they lost Bianca. This group that had just had control all game is starting to lose power, so Bianca went. The next vote, they were able to get so Derek V safety without powered here. And the vote was between Sean and Jim. The One Dorks going for Sean, and the Zoogs going for Bing, because they were threatened by him having played the idol, and also they saw him as a big threat. And ultimately, Caden ended up siding with the flipping and siding with the BC orgs against Bing, and Bing went in a 4-3-1. And then last, Khan went here, but he had previously stolen an idol from Silk with Knowledge is Power, much like myself, with Rainey. And he, Chim had his vote stolen at that vote, so that was kind of critical to a lot of people, like flipping to be with the One Dorks people again, and essentially Khan had already used the idol previously at the Bing vote, and he didn't have an idol now, so he went out pretty in a 6-3 there. And then were you back for the Riley? No, you weren't.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, so Riley won her way back into the game, and she also found an idol at the second swap that she didn't tell anyone about. There was lots of questioning about it, though, from Chim specifically, and also just that Vizu Orgs Alliance in general, about if she had it, potentially. There was a question of maybe someone like Silk had another idol as well. But they were originally going to target Silk, but Chim wanted to target Riley instead because he thought that she had the idol and also saw her as a bigger threat. And essentially, while Riley and Silk and Derek were all going to go after... not Derek, actually. Sean went after Caden because he was being chaotic still. Riley ended up getting a 4-vote majority against her here, and she went home with her idol. And then Caden, it was a 2-1-1 vote. Because everyone was playing their shots in the dark at this tribal. Chim had won immunity. He tried he gave his shot in the dark enhancer, which would up the chances of it succeeding to Mac, but it still failed for Mac. So then Chim played his idol for Mac, and because of that, it caused several people like Caden, Derek V, Mac to all play their shots in the dark. None of them hit, and so then it was just a 2-1-1 vote against Caden, who did have the majority of votes on him before that anyways, after Mac, but Caden went. And
So I was here for the Mac votes.
Yep. So Chim and Mac are still on the bottom, fighting their way up. Do you want to talk about this?
Okay, so I believe this was the tile flip challenge, and Bobo won it. So it was obvious whether they were going for Chim or Derek.
Yeah,
Chim or Derek or Mac.
I think Chim and Mac realized that Derek was very much leading some things on the other side. And a threat. Yeah.
So they tried to vote Derek out, but everybody else chose Mac, and it would have went to Rocks, but one person voted Chim.
Yeah, they were originally going to go for Chim, but they were, I can't remember the exact reasoning, but they were afraid either Chim had something or
they just probably felt it would be better chance it against.
Mm-hmm.
Which failed because he won the last 2 immunities.
Yep, but we lost Mac here, which we love Mac. You know, he's amazing.
Yeah, we lost Mac. Mac is amazing, and Derek is also amazing too.
Yes, Derek went right after in a 3-2 after Chim won immunity, and it was kind of the obvious thing to do after Chim won because, Bobo and
he was
Sean
the next
realized,
biggest threat.
Yeah, he was the next biggest threat there. And he was blindsided there, but with him and Sean voted for Silk, but the other 3 voted for Derek. And Final Four, Chim wins again, and obviously it's between him and Silk. Silk is screwed.
Silk is screwed. And then FCC, I was kind of worried because Chim wasn't responding right away.
Yeah, he took his time a bit, I think, to actually get involved, but...
Yeah, but eventually he was able to answer questions and he won.
Yeah, it was an 8-1-1. I think he had a lot of locked up votes, and Chim played a good game, so.
Yeah, and then he broke the tie for second place, giving it to Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, that is season 15.
Yep, we can finally get to a smaller season now.
Yep, finally.
I'll find the voting chart, but if you want to just start talking.
Alright, so Joseph, it was kind of easy. He didn't really bond with people that well. Mm-hmm. He relied on his relationship with Tia from a prior game, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, both him and Tia were not being loved there, yeah.
Bobby too, to an extent, but he was more upper on the targeting pool.
Yep.
And then we got Austin C, who we ended up banning for doing despicable things.
Yeah, I mean, he was voted out before then, just for being
He was voted out before that, yeah, because he was already on the bottom. He wasn't talking to people. He was complaining about the fact that there was no shot in the darks, no idols.
Mm-hmm.
He was just really upset that it was a back-to-basics season, and I think people just didn't really click with that.
Yeah. It was sad because, he seemed very excited to play, and then he just didn't do well. But then the thing came out about, his stuff, and we had to ban him.
Yeah.
Which
right.
soured us on it, so, yeah.
Yeah. Right. And the next one, Bobby walked. No, wait, no, that's not Bobby. It's Sully.
They swapped.
Poor Sully.
Yeah, poor Sully. It was 5 people from the original Shadow Moses.
So basically they had to cannibalize on each other.
Yeah, and they initially were going to do Bobby, but
then changed their mind for some reason.
Yeah, I think it was either Waffle or Boreas.
Boreas. I think it was Boreas that was like, we should target Sully, and yeah. Sully's actually in another game right now.
Yeah, I love that. Sully's amazing. I played with him in Vizurg season 19. He's amazing. I love Sully. Sully got so screwed because he was literally their best challenge competitor, and they all voted. Yeah,
they were their best challenge competitor, and then they just voted him out. Like, what are you doing? And then y'all lost again and again.
Mm-hmm. Which was karma at its finest.
Yeah. Sully got their karma.
Mm.
And Bobby walked because he wasn't having it with the tribe, and which is fair.
I like Bobby, and yes, he was definitely in a no-win position, but I think this is again the thing of, I feel like no matter what, no matter how dire your situation is, you don't quit just because it's not going your way.
I mean, I know. I mean, it's
look
at Bobby usually.
Sorry.
Look at me and Seffel.
Yeah, exactly. Look at me in season 5. Like, there's always hope, just keep fighting.
Yeah, like I tried my best to get the votes onto Derek B in Shuffle, but it didn't work out.
Hmm. And that's how it is. Some people have different ideas of what's best for their game, and yeah.
Yeah, I can talk about Shuffle now since it's over, but I don't really feel like talking about it.
That's okay. We can move on to the double tribal,
The
because
double
Obey wins.
tribal, yeah, Obey wins. Big time tribe right there.
Hmm.
And then
This
so
Levi vote is
the
very big.
Levi vote was big, yeah, because Lexi told Bree about an alliance that was made with, I think it was Sineal, Joey, Levi, Lexi, and somebody
Active.
else. Active, yeah, and French Quarter.
Yes, French
And
Quarter.
Bree didn't like that. She
She wasn't a
decided
part
to
of it.
bring in
Yeah.
Ethan and Bounty, who was on the bottom of Follow You,
Hmm.
and decided to go for Levi.
Yeah, and Levi, I think they, as a personality wise, they would have wanted to go for Joey instead, but Bounty wanted to do
Yeah.
Levi instead.
Bounty
And
wanted to do Levi.
Levi was definitely a better, like, a stronger player in terms of his positioning, and so I think that was a big blindside from everyone when they saw
Yeah.
that.
And then Nate just was an automatic vote because Waffle and Boreas were close.
Yeah, they were closer than he was with either of them, so Nate just got screwed
Yeah.
by circumstance.
Right. Neil or Frenchie was unanimously voted because all the chaos about the French Quarter Alliance came out.
Hmm.
It
And
was just not looking good for him.
yeah, and I think they wanted to show the Shadow Moses people that they were willing to be flexible.
Yeah. Instead of just flat out pegogging them.
Yeah, at the start of the merge.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
then
next tribal. Rocks. Rocks.
another rock draw.
Another rock draw. Waffle and
Yeah,
Lexi were in a tie, and then Boreas got the rock.
yeah. Everyone knew that Lexi was the big threat at this point, and so the Shadow Moses people wanted her out, but she had really strong relationships with her original tribe, so they
Yeah.
all wanted to go for Waffle instead.
And
And
they
they
just went to
tied.
rock. Yeah, tied.
And poor Boreas, he survived all of that. That
Just to get
that
rocked out.
yes, just to get rocked out, and it was so sad. But
Yeah.
he seemed okay with it, as
Yeah.
how he went out. So
Yeah. And then Joey was eliminated because of his actions.
I mean,
They were
it was
just, it wasn't per se his actions, but more so people were just more connected to other people and
yeah, and I think after he basically because he was on
sided
he
with
was
the Shadow Moses.
yeah, he betrayed his original tribe to side with them, and then when the rocks failed, he was just their target next. So
Yeah. And then
which was
Ethan was targeted.
yeah, it was between Ethan and Dell for them because they still had the numbers at this point. Were sticking together, and Ethan was just
Yeah, and then Dell
who they
won
agreed on.
immunity.
Yep, Dell won immunity with Bounty.
Yeah. And then Bounty got eliminated.
Yeah, Bounty was a character for sure. He was another. He had the chill guy PFP, and he was very laissez-faire sort of player. Like whatever felt right for him in the moment, he did pretty much, and that made him fun to watch. But
Yeah. I keep getting a notification about Ariana Grande. I'm like, I don't care about Ariana Grande.
Wicked Part
No
2.
offense to Ariana Grande's fans.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not really a fan of her.
That's okay. And then this was another one, the big light bat blindside. Do you want to highlight that?
Okay, so basically, it looked like the LLB Lexi Bree Light Bat Alliance It
Mhm.
seemed like they were going strong, and they were going to vote one of Dell or Waffle, and Lexi and Active flipped on Lightbat, which is going to lead to what happened to Lexi and Active.
Yep, the very next we lost Lightbat, who we both played with him in Gods of the Game
Yeah,
and Tactical Survivor,
right.
so that was a nice throwback for us. But sad to see him go.
Sad to see him
But
go,
yeah,
yeah, but he showed what he was capable of when we played with him before.
yeah, for sure, we know how good he is.
Yeah.
And that had repercussions the next vote for Lexi, who you know Bree was not having it with her and Active,
I'd have
and they thought that Dell and Waffle were going to stay tight with the two of them after that vote, but they were sorely mistaken.
yeah.
And Lexi got blindsided there.
Yep. And then Waffle lost in fire making.
Yeah, Dell won immunity when she needed to, I think. So then the target for Bree and Active went to Waffle after that, and Dell
Yeah.
and Waffle were tight, obviously. So fire making.
They voted Active.
Yep.
And then Dell voted Active out after she won final immunity, which led to her second all-female FTC.
Yep. Dell won those last few immunities. Again, I think it was a case of Dell had better jury management than Bree, but I would argue Bree definitely had a stronger resume in general.
I think it just led down to more jury management.
Yeah, and Dell was like, she was a very lovable, wholesome person as well, so, that's hard to fight against. And, Dell, it's her first org, and it was also her first win, so that was really nice to see.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that, so that's really good to see.
We love our guinea pig queen. Yeah.
We love our guinea pig queen. Now season 16.
Curse of the Zodiacs. 2 more for us, we're almost there.
I'm coping. I'm kidding. Alright, so.
Ranker, yeah. 16. The seasons
Yeah,
after.
okay. So the first one is B. She was inactive, and which kind of led to her being booted. Then we got Miss 113, Jasmine.
Jasmine, the icon that she was, she insisted on doing something for the creativity challenge that the whole rest of the tribe did not want to do, but they all appeased her and went with it and lost. They kept her for that. And then the next challenge, she barely did it and only got 113.
113.
For the gnomes. Oh my god.
And then she ended up getting booted for that. And then Josh's iconic 113 parchment.
Yep. That was incredible. So many great 113 parchments there. But
yeah.
Jasmine would also be the first to go to Avernus.
Redemption Rock.
Yeah, Redemption.
It was Redemption Rock our season. This season.
You're right. Because it was one of the Zodiac twists that landed on that round. You would see many of them throughout the season.
Yeah. And next one, Horoscope won. I think it was Battleship Trivia, and then Golden got voted out because.
Yeah, because this round the Leo twist came in.
And people were some people held their votes and some people chose to vote.
Yes, because they could only vote at one of the next 2 tribals that they went to, and they had to choose which.
Yeah.
So
which
5 people voted. Yeah. And Rachel and Lindsay mounted a vote against Golden. Not knowing that Lindsay was targeted there, but Golden went.
And then they lost again, and Croco was able to get the vote on to Lindsay.
Yes, but there was some pushback from Sapphire, who wanted to target
Sapphire and Or.
Yeah,
or
Or
Big
also
O, as what
Big O
wanted to be called.
Yes. And then Rachel also was willing to flip on Riley despite having a relationship with him, which pissed Riley off later down the line. But but Lindsay went here, and she gave her safety without power to Rachel before she left.
Yeah, and so we swapped poor Horoscope 2.0.
Yes, Horoscope 2.0. This next vote was kind of interesting because, you know, the Leo twist was still active for the 3 horoscopes there that hadn't done it yet.
So
Rachel, Isaac, and Krako were there together.
And it was Josh, Minty, and Chima.
Yeah, Chima. And at this point, Golden had won his way back in, but was going to replace
so that was after
Krako.
And that ended up being Krako who got idled out.
Yeah, because Krako and Isaac were willing to throw Rachel under the bus to the horoscopes, but Rachel was able to then be like, hey, I have an idol, I'm playing it on myself, so you might as well just vote with me or withhold your votes to build like an alliance with them.
And I think Josh, let me look. Josh was the one that voted? Yeah, it was Josh. And then the rest of them voted Isaac when Golden and Isaac voted Rachel. After Golden joined the tribe.
Yeah, Golden joined.
And then the next one they lost again, and then Golden got voted out unanimously, with Golden voting Minty.
Golden booted for the second time, which sucks. We love you, Golden, but
we love you, Golden, but that really had to be painful.
Yeah, that was, he got a bad draw all season, probably, but.
All right, and then here's the Josh vote. Josh wanted to vote Scotch out because he was very suspicious of them for a while now, and other people were trying to vote them out on KDOS if they ever lost.
Yeah, and again, the Leo twist, a lot of people were doing it for the first time, so a lot of them chose to withhold their votes. Bad idea. Bad
idea because Mitch and Kara voted Josh out. And then Josh didn't even use his idol.
Yeah, that was very tragic because Josh was playing very well, and you know he survived again, like similar people in the last season. He survived all that shit just to get shit on at the end, which sucks.
Yeah, that sucks. And then the Sapphire boot, people were just like iffy of Sapphire and Big O.
Yeah, and also Pearl and Sapphire, their beef
Sapphire, their beef
vote.
from the Lindsay vote, which led them to vote Sapphire.
Yeah.
And then things turned on to Pearl, the next one at the double limb.
Yeah, this was a double tribal. 2 people, 1 immunity for each 1 person for each tribe. And this Pearl vote was wild. Like, Sapphire left her revenge vote for Riley, but didn't matter because
other people were being voted.
Yeah, and
Pearl got flipped on.
Yeah, Pearl got sniped in a 3-2-2-1 vote because Rachel and decided to flip on Riley again, and Riley voted with Pearl for
Big O.
Big O, and Minty and Chima were split on Big O and Scotty as well, and so Rachel scooped up Big O and Scotty, yes, and they all voted Pearl out.
Yeah, and then it was near unanimous on Kara because Kara wanted to go for Billy, and they weren't having that.
Yeah, that vote was interesting because Kara got flipped on very last minute because they had all their votes on Val initially, but Mitch was starting to feel a lot of guilt for betraying Billy and Val, who were very burned by him.
And I think it was Val's birthday too.
Yeah, he felt bad about that too, and he really got into his feels about that, and Billy and Val were BSing him, like being like, yeah, everything will be great if you just work with us again. And he got Skosh and Stell to get on board with him, and they all voted out Kara as an easy vote and robbed Queen.
Rob Queen, and then Stella and Michael. Stella walked in, and Michael turned out to have his own problems, and that's why he disappeared from the game. So I kind of understand Michael's situation more so
Yeah,
than Stella's, because it turned out that Michael came back after he was ejected and told us what happened.
yeah. It's Michael had a lot of potential, but also, going inactive on us without any sort of warning isn't great either. So
Yeah, I mean, it kind of happens if you just are not in a good mental space and you don't think, hey, I'm in an org, I need to let these people know.
yeah. And then Stell, before he walked, he did give his temporary idol from the auction to Skosh.
Just goes,
Yeah.
yeah. And then Mitch was unanimously voted out.
Yeah, and he didn't even vote because he saw the writing on the wall, and this was his first
Gave up.
org. And
Yeah.
granted, there was some not so great stuff from our end as well that, I definitely mishandled some of the Mitch stuff, but
Yeah, it happens.
yeah, but, he basically quit after that and didn't stay on jury, so.
Yeah. And then the 4-3-2 were Riley and not Riley and Chima. Billy and Chima were both idled. They used idols, and Riley was double idled out, a la Billy from
Yeah.
season 14.
Rachel and Scotty, I believe, voted for Riley because they could sense that there was some stuff getting played, and there was an attempt to get Snipe Billy out there by Chima and Minty and Big O and Riley, but they were foiled by Scotia's hidden idol, and who he gave to Billy. So,
and Big O was voted out unanimously. He kind of saw the writing on the wall too.
Yeah, I love Orr, so it was sad to see that happen to him.
Yeah, it was sad to see that. Orr's an icon.
The Scotty vote.
Fire Idol Gate.
Yeah, he was active enough to play the Fire Idol,
but didn't even get on to vote Minty.
Yeah, or talk about it with anyone. Minty and Chima were willing to vote with him, and they would have had the numbers to snipe literally anyone else, but he never got on.
He never got on, and by the time he got on, he was already in fire making, which he lost fire making.
Yeah.
Because Minty is a beast at most puzzles.
Yeah, Minty had the majority of the votes against her, but because of Scotty's Fire Idol play and not voting, he was spared and won fire making, and Scotty won instead.
And then Minty went the next round.
Mm-hmm. Minty was no one wanted to sit at the end with Minty, and they were all set in their alliances, so it was sad, but
yeah, and Chima almost survived, but then a last minute plan.
Yeah, I don't fully understand why Rachel thought it was a good idea to go after Chima over Skosh, because he had a final 3 with Val and Billy, and they were willing to turn on him finally, but yeah, Chima got screwed.
Yeah, and then eventually Val won, and they kept their word with Billy, and Rachel went. And then Billy won.
Yep, Billy won pretty unanimously. 1 vote for Val, from Riley.
Billy probably was really happy he finally got my award.
Yeah, Billy he's probably the most redemptive person in terms of, like, people who played more than once. Like, he went out 12th in his first season, and
then went on to win.
Yeah, he won this season, so good job, Billy.
Yeah, that's nice. Alright, season 17.
One to talk about. I don't have a voting chart for this, but this is fresh in our minds, so shouldn't be to remember.
So, Shelly walked, and that's because we kind of jumped the gun on the AI thing.
Yeah, the 3 tribes of craftsmen, farmers, and merchants. Merchants did technically win, but then we did the AI thing, and we were wrong. It wasn't AI, it was stock images.
It wasn't AI, it was stock images that had AI in it, but she didn't know.
Yeah, yeah, and it was understandable why she didn't want to come back because that would have followed her no matter what,
That
probably.
would have
So
followed her, and she still probably would have been voted out. So I really feel bad for what happened there.
yeah, I do too. But live and learn.
Evan,
This
he
this
was on.
round,
This run was insane. He
it's
was on
all
the
stemming.
top of every.
Yes.
So basically, Brandon didn't do the challenge. And then Eric and
Hmm.
Evan got bad scores on the challenge, which
Yes, the maze
combined with all
challenge.
that led to Merchants losing the maze challenge. And so it was looking like Brandon was going unanimously for not doing the challenge.
Yes, you would think.
Then Eric was like, hey, I want to vote Luna out. I want to keep Brandon. He's Unk. Unks are loyal.
Yes, protect Unk at all
And
costs.
he, and then he got, Evan and Brandon on the plan originally. It was going to be free Luna to assumingly Brandon.
Yes, and Evan was willing to
And
now
then,
betray his three personal alliance with Michael and Luna at this point, which was
yeah.
dumb, but
And then, Michael decided to tell Brandon, hey, well, it looks like you're getting voted here. I'm just being honest with you. And Brandon was like automatically leaking the plan to vote Luna and pinning it on Evan.
yep.
When it was really Eric's plan.
Yes, Eric's plan. Um, but Evan took all the
Which,
brunt for it because he was betraying his alliance to do this, which did
yeah.
not sit
And
well with them.
so Brandon, Michael, and Luna voted Evan out, and then Evan and Eric voted Luna. Evan had an idol from the journey that he could have used to save himself, but he
He
didn't
could have.
realize he was the vote
Yes, and
until it was too late.
he burned his friend Ayla for nothing.
Yep.
um, but yeah, this was wild because Brandon literally went from being the person that should have unanimously gone home for the only reason of not doing the challenge to being safe with Eric and Evan to then flipping the whole game in his favor by sniping Evan out instead.
Yeah, that's crazy. That was a crazy round. And oh, push the button next. That was fun. Not.
Everyone's
We
favorite challenge.
had we had everybody before the challenge started causing chaos. We had to warn people about topics to talk about
Mm-hmm.
because Saturn was being a bit inappropriate with topics, and we had to be like, "There's minors around." And then they were all talking about that, and I'm just like, "You've got to be kidding me."
Yeah, that
Oh,
wasn't great, but
so it was the beginning of us having to warn people that there are minors around.
yes.
We have to do
It'll be
that pretty often.
it is, and it would become kind of a bit of an inside joke throughout the season, um, but yeah. So what happened next?
So, Craftsman won, and then Merchants won solely by Michael.
Yes.
No, we're talking about somebody else in an org. You're cool, Mike. Sorry, that's somebody in my house.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Mike from the season.
No, so Mike,
Anyway,
courtesy of Michael from the season.
yes.
Michael from the season is pretty cool too. He's actually in Rockvivor right now.
That's good.
I don't know if he's still in or not, but
I'm sure he's doing great.
yeah.
But yeah.
So
So
Michael won
Saturn.
it for the Merchants, and Saturn made an alliance with Ayla, CK, and DoorDash, so all the people that competed in the challenge.
Yes, but she was doing this very late, and an alliance had already
Yeah.
formed against Saturn at that point.
Yeah, so Saturn was the one going, and
She tried making a fake
then
idol and
Tried
it
making a
didn't
fake
work.
idol, and it didn't work. Then she got voted out. We'll talk about her plan to pitch for fan favorite that actually worked in her favor later.
Yeah, but Saturn was definitely a wild
And
character. So
yeah. And then we had the counting scavenger hunt, and Craftsman lost that by a huge margin,
mm-hmm.
which
and
led to Hero and Mike being targeted because they did the least in the challenge.
yeah, and Hero was and he threw Mike under the bus so hard, even though Mike was
To
wanting to
save
work with
himself.
him. Yeah.
Yeah, to save himself, and so Mike was out.
Yeah, Mike thought Emily was with him, like they had an alliance with her and Chicken, I think.
Yeah.
But and tried going for Maddie, but yeah, Mike got screwed by the small tribe and yeah, dynamics.
Yeah. And then we swapped, so it was kind of a lopsided swap on both ends.
Mm-hmm.
On Knights, we had 4 craftsmen that were bound to stick together. And then on Vassals, we had the whole Jupiter Harvesters Alliance that stuck together.
Yeah, from the farmers.
Yep. And then, then it was Michael and Brandon. The merchants were actually split on both tribes, 2-2. Michael and Brandon on Knights, Eric and Luna on Vassals, and then Hero was the only craftsman on Vassals, and Agent was the only farmer on Knights.
Yeah,
so Knights lost, and
yeah, okay,
what happened?
Go ahead. No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so what was I gonna say? I literally forgot. Okay,
yeah.
Agent was squad screwed from the start because I guess Chicken knew Brandon from another org.
Yes, they had a previous relationship, so.
And so they
Hero
kind of connected on, and Hero and Ayla were friends.
Yes, on the other tribe. So there were 2 secret previous relationships.
So these pre-existing relationships made an impact on the tribe. Because when Knights lost, it was Agent that was going because they were willing to keep Brandon and Michael.
Yep.
And then when Vassals lost after Mythos walked, which I hope Mythos is okay now. As someone who knows their situation, I hope that things get better for them and that they'll be fine.
Yeah, and he recently left the server too, which is sad, but
yeah,
you know, we're thinking of Mythos.
Yeah, they'll be all right.
Mm-hmm. But
we had to keep correcting people though about pronouns though, because Mythos uses they them and people were just using he him for them.
Yeah, they. Yeah. But anyways, the tribes, we had already been at the end of a challenge and we gave them the option to either restart.
To either get a new challenge or keep the results. So they chose to keep the results. Vassals lost, and it was between Eric and Luna because of Hero's relationship with Ayla.
Yeah, and it was Eric and Luna were at most of it.
It was going to be Eric for most of the tribal period. And then like in the last 10 minutes, it changed to Luna.
Yeah, because Eric was able to somehow get Hero to want to keep him, I think.
Yeah, and he kind of pitched it to the farmers that were still in after Mythos walk.
Yeah, and Hero was never going to be an option because of his relationship with Ayla.
Yeah, which led Luna to be the obvious option.
Yeah, and Eric and Luna were never on the same page, never worked together, tried to get each other out multiple times. So, yeah.
So, now we merge, and then CK says, I'm bidding for immunity, I need a break, and then people were just taking offense to that.
Yeah, and he was going to be there.
Which is the start of people treating CK like complete crap.
Yes, and he was going to be the target initially, but...
He was going to be the target, but then he wanted immunity.
Yes.
And then, which led people to go for DoorDash, because they felt he was closest to DoorDash.
Yes.
Which kind of proves their point, because CK did idle DoorDash.
Yes, and this led CK to playing his idol for DoorDash, to try to get
Yeah.
control back. But the other side had heard that they were trying to pitch Pius to people, which prompted
So
Maddie to,
Maddie to idol Pius.
yes. And so there was a no votes
It was a
tribal,
Novo
and
tribal, and then it was like
it went to a
Ayla, and
revote.
like so many names were pitched in the revote. Then there was an alliance that Chicken made with Emily, Maddie, and Brandon.
Yeah, and before that, there were like
And
several shots in the dark played by Ayla and Hero, and Michael
and
played his
DoorDash.
50-50 coin on himself, and it succeeded. So that's in
Yeah.
DoorDash too.
And
So they did get
and
a say
then
in this vote.
so it was either the two names that ended up popping up were Ayla and then eventually Eric for the Chicken, Maddie, Emily, Brandon alliance.
Yep.
And Brandon betrayed Eric once again.
Mm-hmm. And Eric was just the most vocal about getting Ayla out, which caused that other alliance to think that he was with CK and DoorDash more, which led them to targeting him instead. And Eric went.
Right. Yeah. And then DoorDash went because I guess Michael was pitching it because he was tired of fighting with him.
Yeah, DoorDash was not getting off Michael's neck, and Michael was antagonizing him back, and so it was.
Yeah, it was just a chaotic situation with the two of them, and we tried to try and get things mediated, but it just never seemed to work out, and it just ended up with Michael and DoorDash being the targets.
Yep, and Michael was more of a lone wolf than DoorDash, who had at least some ability to work with certain other people. So I think
they
just
decided to go for DoorDash.
Yep.
Yeah, and then this is the big vote, Emily.
So Emily had an idol at this point. No one knew about it.
Everyone thought it was Pius that had it.
Yep. But people also knew how strong of a player Emily was, and how socially integrated she was with the people she was working with.
So they decided to go for her when she didn't. Yeah, the Holy British Chicken, and they decided to go for her.
Yeah. So they left Maddie and Chicken out.
And Chicken out. Which led to a rift between Chicken and Brandon for a little bit.
Yes, because they voted separately. Brandon betrayed Chicken to work with Ayla and Hero, who were getting him and CK and Michael together to vote out Emily, which they succeeded in doing.
Yeah.
And Emily was now the next person to go out with an idol.
Yep. And then Hero voted Pius with Ayla and Hero. Then Brandon, Chicken, Maddie, and Michael. And then
they flipped it onto Hero.
Brandon, Pius, Chicken, Michael, and Maddie, they all voted Hero.
Yes, because Chicken made up a lie to Michael that caused Michael to immediately get into a fight with Hero and Ayla, saying he didn't trust them any longer, and that caused the flip against Hero, and Hero went out.
Yeah. And the next one is CK. CK was obviously a sitting duck.
Yeah, CK had it rough this merge, yeah.
CK had it rough, and Michael did too, to an extent, but Michael and CK, I would say, were the two that had it the most rough out of everybody in the merge.
Yeah, but they definitely didn't help themselves by...
They didn't help their case either.
Yeah, by not communicating more or trying to work their way out of the situation a bit more.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it was also... Some people, once they're decided, it's hard to get them to change their minds in situations.
Right, so... It happens in games like this, and
yeah.
So
and also, this was the start of Quiplashgate.
Quiplashgate, yeah.
Michael
So
said
we
some
had
not so
Quiplash
great
as a
things about
challenge.
Ayla.
Michael
Yeah.
said something that wasn't nice about Ayla, and we striked him for it, obviously, because
Yeah, there's a difference between game and personal stuff,
there's a
so.
difference with game and personal. I feel like with DoorDash and Michael, it was more so game, but I feel like, but with Michael and Ayla, it was more personal, but I don't know exactly. But when you say
Yeah,
something to the caliber of what he said, you can't ignore it.
yeah. Um,
And so Brandon won this immunity. This was his second immunity.
yep. Um, and
And so
CK
CK
went.
was a sitting duck, so he went, and he was not happy about it.
Yeah. Then the next vote, Maddie won categories.
While at camp,
Yes. She neglected to tell us that she would be at camp and didn't realize the orgs lasted a month or so long, so.
yeah,
Um,
so we had to work things around.
yes, but she came
And
on
with the
enough
whole
to act.
Quiplash gate and
So,
everything, we had to like give people a break.
yeah, but she managed to win despite being gone most of that time.
Because she
And
snuck on her phone.
yes, and unbeknownst to her, she needed that immunity because Chicken and Pius had been talking about flipping on her with Brandon, or flipping the
Yeah.
vote onto her over Ayla.
Yeah, so she
But
won it when she needed it.
yes, and then
She
A-
lost the last immunity because Brandon won.
yep, Ayla needed to was now pretty much firmly on the bottom. She knew it, and the
Yeah.
rest just they knew how much love from the jury she would get if she was at the end. So they sniped
Yeah,
her,
so.
and we love
And
Ayla.
then Maddie got idled out because Brandon idled Chicken.
Yes, Brandon found it at the last possible chance you could have guessed for the idol. We were not the most consistent with sticking with the idol board. I think if we ever do idol boards again, we need to
We
smooth
need
some
to
stuff
like be
out.
more specific and like be more strict on how it goes. We kind of like went all out on the idol board, which we really should not have done, but
Yeah, we were trying to like leave it open so they would find the idol still, but there was
yeah,
still plenty
but
of room where they might not have found it still. So it was just
yeah,
not a great situation. But
not a great situation at all, but we've learned.
yes, but Brandon found it. He successfully idled Chicken, where Pius was going to flip with Michael and Maddie to
Maddie,
vote
Chicken.
for Chicken, and yeah, Maddie won instead.
And then, final four, Chicken wins immunity. Ample opportunity to take Brandon out, right, Chicken?
Yes,
No, you keep him in.
Chicken could not bring himself to vote out his friend, which I do respect, but at the same time, it is a game.
If he would have just took Brandon out at final four, he would have won.
Yes, he definitely would have won. Instead, he ends up putting himself in third place by getting rid of Michael, who at that point was not loved by the jury at all.
Yeah, they were all against him, and I feel like he would have won in a Chicken Pius Michael FTC.
Yes. So he essentially traded first place for third place. But
Yeah,
it was Chicken's decision. If he's
it was
happy
Chicken's
with it,
decision. If he's
that's all
fine
that.
with it, it's all that matters. People make decisions in the game all the time, and I sure as hell have made decisions in games that I may not completely agree with to this day, but I've made them, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, there's always a poll of these personal relationships. You don't want to vote certain people out sometimes. Like, it's really painful too. I definitely experienced that at the
Yeah,
end of my season, but
it was hard to vote people out whenever I play, so I get it.
yeah. So, he keeps Brandon. Brandon has a lot of jury support. He's also played a very cutthroat game while still managing to keep people loving him, kind of like a Tony Vlachos in a way.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, Brandon going from 0 to hero way back at that second boot with Evan. So,
Yeah, that's crazy. It was a wild story.
yeah, he
But
had one of
congrats to
the
Brandon. You deserved it. You had a really strong story.
yeah, he had one of the best winning stories, like story wise. Like if you could watch this as a television product, I think Brandon's would be one of
Yeah,
the best. So,
right.
all right, we're
All
finally
right.
done, Forrest. We can rank these and call it a day.
Yeah, true. We've been on here for the longest time now.
Yeah.
All right.
So do you have an idea of how you want to rank these?
I have them in order from first to 17th, but I want to do it like from 17th to first.
Okay, so why don't you just give like a brief reasoning of why it ranks where it ranks for you, and we don't have to go crazy long, but yeah.
All right. So 17th is season 1, and I feel like it's mainly because we were just working out the kinks of hosting, and there's a lot of questionable hosting decisions on my part and Taka's part and everybody who, mainly me and Taka. So I just feel like it had a lot of bumps that you can't really ignore.
Mm-hmm.
Like pulling Jay out and then putting him back in, removing Stacy for the entanglement thing to bring her back in, the
Yeah.
quits. It was just like learning how to host, and that's kind of why season 1 is in the back.
Yeah, it is an official season, but it did feel like a test run, I'm sure, for you at times. So,
Yeah.
all right, let's
16th is season
16.
2,
Okay.
kind of the same way. Like, I just feel like it was just not really as notable. Still a bunch of drama and chaos and just not really the best season to look back on.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got season 9. They're lucky it's not last. I'm kidding.
Season 9,
It
lots
was
of drama
just
there.
it was just drama and toxicity and chaos, and I just really wasn't the fan of how it turned out to be, especially near the end game with how much chaotic the FTC was,
Yeah, and
people
I
just
think,
attacking others. And
yeah, I think while you can like give people like Memo props for like, having a death grip on that season, like that's really impressive as a player. If you're a
yeah.
spectator watching, it's not a game you enjoy watching, just nothing changing necessarily. So,
And then next is season 16 because of the walks and strikeouts and just people giving up on the game.
hmm yeah, I definitely think season 16 had some good rivals, like, the Croco one, the Pearl one was definitely a big one, the Riley
Yeah.
one. But, yeah, it kind of got balanced out also by some kind of stagnant gameplay as well, so.
The only reason I have season 13 next is because of how, like, not competitive the FTC was. People just were not talking in their jury channels.
Yeah,
Like, it was a good season like, all our winners are deserved, but like I said, people just not talking in the jury channels and just went straight to voting.
yeah, I definitely feel like the jury at that point was not being open-minded about certain things, but that's not, anyone's fault necessarily, just how it
Yeah,
went.
it's just how it is.
But yeah, and it was also like, a lot of great people from the org community. It was just not, it didn't work out ultimately.
Yeah. Alright, season 6 is next.
Season
Because I
6.
was not a fan of the Canberra Pagonging,
Mm-hmm.
and I just felt
Yeah,
like
Pagong.
we could have, and I just felt like it wasn't one worldy enough because you could talk to, we had it to where you could talk to other people in the chat, but you can't talk to people cross tribe which is usually
Mhm.
how one world works.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it was still kind of very divided by tribes, even though they could talk to each other, I think.
Yeah, so I just feel like if we would have just tweaked it a bit more, it would have worked out better. I'd
Mhm.
be willing to revisit one world in a future season.
Yeah, I think both in the real show and in orgs, it's an underutilized theme because sometimes they don't have a great first run.
Yeah. Alright, season 4, mainly because I don't remember much about it. It did have some great people, but it also just had some like predictable moments, like the season 3 vote outs. People being
Hmm.
voted out because they were threats.
Yeah, it was like it made sense for people to do certain things, but it just it wasn't dynamic enough, I guess. And also when I was making the archives, it
Yeah.
was definitely the hardest one I had a time putting together for sure.
And season 3's next because while it was a good cast, I just felt like parts of it could have been better.
Hmm.
Like, obviously Battleship Trivia lasted for a while in the early days, like hours, like probably about 24 hours. And
Hmm.
we've cut that down immensely. And then we've had people, and then it's like, we need to chill about like how animals was voted out with the one vote. We need to it was like, we need to tweak how sacrifices are so something like that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But you can't really, you can't really fix a sacrifice challenge when the animals didn't go to tribal prior to merge.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a season where it was a very solid season. It had some great moments, like even if it was controversial, the animals thing. There were I think there were some great people in there, but like it was like half were
Yeah,
really great, and those people made it to the end, like the latter half of the game. But then the other half were very inactive people who didn't serve much of a purpose as well.
right.
So very
And
middling. Yeah.
yeah, next is season 8. It was our first Blood versus Water, and it was actually pretty fun. We had some great people, some great tribals, and some actual fun drama to watch, and just seeing the first all-female FTC just was iconic in a way.
Yeah, the all-female FTC plus Ha, which is a funny alliance.
Plus Ha, that was iconic. We can't forget
Yeah,
Ha. Ha was an icon too.
the
A
stretch
wine
of the
cellar alliance.
the stretch of the two demerged tribals all the way to the the Frost vote had very spread out vote counts, which was neat to see. Um,
Yeah, it was really cool to watch.
yeah, but and also just lots of great people in that cast for sure.
Yeah. Next is season 15.
Hmm.
This was back to basics done right. We had a good
Yeah,
cast that utilized the back to basics a lot. We had some
yeah.
fun moments and some good chaos. Minus the Shadow Moses cannibalizing at Swap, but
I mean, to each their own. I
for the
mean,
most part it was a fun season.
yeah, it wasn't like a
That
straight
honestly
pogonging,
just
but yeah,
it wasn't a straight pagonging at least because it was fluid once I think Boreas was rocked out.
yeah, and lots of like great moves. I think like some people were really willing to be flexible to do what was in their best
Yeah, and it was
interest.
a
So.
really I feel like they did like out of the two back to basics groups, I feel like season 15 did it better than season 7.
Mhm. Even though season
All
7 is still
right.
in the running.
We are oh wait. We skipped season 7.
Oh, we did. Where
Season
is it?
7 is 10.
Oh, so
We skipped 2 seasons. Oh my goodness. What is wrong with me?
all right. Well,
10
let's
is
go
season
back. So
7.
10 is season
10 is
7.
season
Okay.
7, and that's
Right.
just because there was it was chaotic, but it was tolerable. But there are some things I didn't agree with, like Chad ignoring Adelie and Ryan, but talking to everyone else.
Yeah, I think there was lots of fun chaos, Ryan and Avalie's antics were fun to see.
Yeah.
Rachel was a fun character. Switz and Toon were chaotic as well. Yeah, it was a bit underwhelming because of the low cast and low applicant pool, but it was still,
Yeah.
they made the most of what little we had
They
there.
made the
So
most of it, yeah. In number 9 is season 10.
okay,
Because in a way, I feel like it was a good season, but the allegations kind of dampened it.
it did. I
And
think it
it
was,
led to Rachel quitting jury, and
yeah, that wasn't fun to see.
that
It was
wasn't
fun
fun
to
to
see,
see, but
I think you guys got a really good group together of the people, that applied. Lots of great
yeah, I
representatives for
think
their seasons.
lots of great representation. I just feel like it was a bit low because we didn't have a season 2 rep in there.
Yeah, there's a little lull there, but, can't get
Yeah, it's
everyone,
alright.
but
Can't get
yeah.
everyone, yeah.
And you had some fun moments,
Our
My Rock Out, Avalie's Blind
rock,
Side.
yeah. Avalie's Blindsider, Rock Out. Um,
Mason's story was pretty
the
good.
Chaos Contest 2.0.
Yes. Chaos Contest 2.0, which failed, but alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
Alright, so we're back at number 4 now. Number 4 is going to be season
Wait,
17.
4?
Yeah, because number 5 was season 15, number 6 was season 8, number 7 was season 3, number 8 was season 4.
Okay,
We had
season
skipped
4
9 and
is...
10, and
Alright,
we just did
so
9 and 10.
can you
So
just repeat that?
we're back to number 4.
What's 7, 6, and 5 one more time?
7 was season 3, 6 was season 8, 5 was season 15.
Got it. Alright, what's number 4?
Season 17.
Alrighty. Why is that?
Well, I just feel like it got off to a rough start, but it just was pretty fun to watch. I mean, there were some moments that I felt bad for, like CK and Michael, but it was a good thing to watch, and I think we had a really good cast overall.
Yeah.
And Brandon had one of the best winning stories from a storyline perspective. So it was nice
Yeah.
to see someone pull a Mason, referring back to
Mhm.
season 10,
Yes.
almost get booted first and then go on to win. So I think it was a really
Yeah.
good storyline, and then I just think it was a good cast. Some
Yeah.
didn't mesh well than others, but you live and you learn.
Yeah, and there was lots of fun, blindsides, lots of
Lots of
shifting
fun
alliances.
blindsides and alliances, and then people working together after being backstabbed, and it's just a very fluid game.
Yeah, it's everything you want from a Survivor season, so.
Yeah. Okay. So, in
Number
order,
3.
so we got season 5, season 11, and season 14 left.
Alright, what's
Number
your
3 is
number
season
3?
14.
Okie doke. Battle of the Orcs 2. What brings you there?
I think it's gonna be, I think what is good about season 14 is it was a very good group of orgs that we got.
Mm-hmm.
It was a mix of people asking to be put in as well as people that we asked.
Yeah.
We asked, the ones we asked were
Twist Fiverr.
Twistfiver, Visuorgs, and Mystic Org. The other ones were people that wanted, and Wondorgs we asked.
Yes.
And then the other ones were people that wanted to be involved. So that was Blazeviver, Chuntviver,
Shuntviver.
One Piece, and
Yes.
Sepple. To be
Yep.
honest, Squid, as soon as I said, you guys can ask me if you want your org to be represented, but we make the final decisions. Not long after that, I get a DM from Squid asking about cephalorcs.
Yeah, Squid got right in there, and you had a great experience in the first season there, so it made sense to bring them on. Um,
Yeah, so
but
it was
yeah,
nice. We had
the
a good
season
group.
as we had a great group. I think Battle of the Org seasons in general, you get some of the cream of the crop from the org community that don't just apply to any
Yeah,
org. So I think it
they
was
just want to represent the org that they come from, and try and win for it. So that was pretty good.
yeah, and it was a great story
Um,
with Chem all season. So yeah.
yeah, it was pretty nice. Like, Jim was a really good overdog winner.
Hmm.
Alright, number 2 is season 11. Yes, I did not put Dark Divine as number 1.
Ooh, controversial. But
It
yeah, season
was
11.
it was a good season. Like, it had so much fun. Like, it could have been number 1 if Blood didn't leak stuff like Blaze's Idol and other stuff that only Specs would know.
Hmm.
But otherwise, it was a good season. We had fun. Halloween Town worked out pretty well, and other
Yeah,
than the 2 walks, Zohan and Waylon,
yeah.
it was
I
it
mean,
was a pretty solid season.
yeah,
Starting off the new era.
a lot of these seasons at the top definitely have similarities in terms of like, lots of shifting alliances and, some dynamic vote outcomes here and there. It's hard to like parcel some of them together, I'm sure, but, like why is one higher than the other? But, I think that season, the people really felt, it felt like a good kickoff to a new, the new phase of Florivivor post Heroes versus Villains. So,
Yeah, it was a really good season to start it off with, and I couldn't be happier of a better cast to start off.
hmm.
Which leads to season 5 being the best season.
Oh boy, I hope you're not just saying that because I'm here.
No,
uh,
I am not saying that because you're here. It was a really good turnout, like with the different orgs and just like I just felt like it was a better meshed cast
mhm.
relationship wise than season 14 or season 11.
Yeah.
So I felt like the relationships were pretty well. You and Ainsley's story arc was pretty good.
Mhm.
Tinshaw being a huge underdog threat by way of
Yeah.
jury management
Yes, and being a character as well, the housewives
and
jokes never ran out.
being a fun character. The Housewives jokes never get old. They're an icon.
Hmm.
Really good runner up. Reese was a really good third placer.
Yeah.
And
He
I
got
feel
his
like
good
everybody in
run.
the merge deserved their spot. And every single person in the merge could be an all stars or another heroes versus villains or game changers if they wanted to.
Hmm.
So I feel like
Yeah.
it was a
I don't want to like come off biased with this, but I definitely think our season had lots of good balance to it. It wasn't like blinds after blindside every like single round necessarily, but it was like the dynamics made sense as they shifted, but they did shift enough to like be entertaining. There were lots
yeah.
of the advantages were really utilized for the most part, like the way in ways that weren't like breaking the game necessarily.
Right.
Um,
They were used in the correct manner and
and
they were actually and it benefited a lot of people, different people.
yeah,
Like,
and also I
like it just
think
benefited.
yeah, some casts have dead weight in them, like with certain people who just either aren't active enough or aren't doing enough. Like, and I think we really cut those people out right away, so it allowed for the
Yeah,
game to
those
just be
people like
a
Venus,
full game.
Brandon,
Yeah,
Mark, Zero, those people, they all got cut right away.
yeah,
So
and it can be hard to make to get people to do that every game. So I think there's.
yeah,
I,
so
I'm honored. Yeah, thank you for us.
there's a reason that I went back like there's a reason that like Ollie has season 5 as his first and I'm inclined to agree with that. Like it is such a good season. Such a good
Mm.
group of people and such an iconic winner that is now my partner in crime.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here, and I was happy. It was sad to see Ollie go, but I definitely was happy to take his place and help you out here for us. So I'm excited for I loved every season that we've hosted together, and I'm excited to see what's to come for Florivivor, and especially season 18, which hopefully we'll get a good group of returnees for this.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we will. I'm gonna send a reminder like in the next few days.
Yep. Well, you guys, for those of you listening, alumni, please, please, please apply for season 18 if you want another chance to play. You could be added to this roster of all these amazing seasons we've had so far. And new players, please apply for some newbie seasons. Season 19 is not that far away, and we have many more seasons to come. So, Forrest, if you have anything else you want to say to the listeners, please take it away.
I'm good. I'm just gonna be happy for y'all if y'all actually listen this far because it was really good. We had a good conversation, talked about all the seasons, and I think it's gonna be a great Florivivor era to come. So, peace out.
Yeah, and thanks for listening, everyone. That's the end of this. I know it was a long one, but thank you for listening. We'll see you later. Bye.